Chapter 171. Speaking of which, the crypt wasn't very long. After a while, Xianxia had reached the deepest part of the crypt. There was a small space in the depths of the crypt. There was only a stone table and a stone stool. A scroll painting was placed on the stone table. This, compared to the previous 3 levels, this is a little shabby compared to the previous 3 levels, which had huge forests, realistic illusions, and endless paths covered in flames. The simple crypt space here was very shabby and rustic. Xianxia's gaze drifted to the scroll painting on the stone table. This must be the painting that Senior Banishment mentioned, right? He walked step by step to the side of the stone table and sat down on the stone stool. Xianxia reached out and held the scroll painting in his hand. A different aura escaped from the scroll painting, bringing with it an iron-blooded and murderous aura as it charged towards Xianxia. Sure enough, the scroll painting left behind by Senior Banishment wasn't something ordinary. Xianxia unfolded the scroll painting in his hand. The aura of iron and blood and murderous aura was finally released and rushed towards him. This so-called painting wasn't really a painting. It was just a simple ink mark, as if it was casually waved by a person. Is this the painting that Senior Banishment mentioned? It's really simple. Xianxia slightly ridiculed the banishment painting and looked at the ink mark. However, he didn't feel anything at all. It was just like a simple painting. Just as Xianxia looked at the ink mark, a decaying aura was constantly emitted from the bottom of the scroll painting. The pure white paper quickly turned yellow under the influence of the decaying aura, then slowly turned dark brown. It was as if it had been weathered for a long time and was even slowly decomposing. Is this the so-called time limit? Either I can comprehend the true meaning of this ink mark in time, or the scroll painting will directly decay and disappear, and then fail the challenge? Xianxia finally understood how the time limit mentioned by the Senior Banishment was achieved. He tried to inject his internal energy into the scroll, but the scroll didn't react at all. It was just like an ordinary scroll. Not inner force, Xianxia murmured to himself. Since it was impossible to discover the secrets within the scroll with the naked eye, there must be some sort of key that would allow people to discover the secrets within the scroll. Inner force or spiritual force. He then tried to attach his mental power to the scroll. The gentle mental power quickly permeated into every tiny structure of the scroll. There was still no reaction. By the time Xianxia tested the 2 powers, a third of the scroll had already been corroded by the decaying aura. There were also many places that had already dissipated. Banishment, Tribulation Sword. Sword Chi. Xianxia thought hard for a long time, but he seemed to have forgotten the most important thing. That was the sword that the Senior Banishment was most fond of. Wasn't Sword Chi the most closely related to swords? But could such a fragile piece of paper really withstand the tyrannical Sword Chi? Xianxia didn't know, but Xianxia could only think of such a choice. He had no choice but to inject a very small amount of Sword Chi into the scroll painting. What was Sword Chi? It was a type of energy that mainly attacked and killed. Although Xianxia only used a very small amount of Sword Chi, the effect was very significant. The Sword Chi and the decaying aura that was originally corroding the scroll suddenly formed a different kind of connection. The decaying aura became denser under the stimulation of the Sword Chi, and the Sword Chi seemed to feel that it had to fight against the decaying aura. It constantly devoured the decaying aura to nourish itself, becoming stronger and stronger. This is really, looking at the scroll painting that was corroding faster, Xianxia only wanted to knock his head hard. Why did he suddenly think of injecting Sword Chi into it? What else? What else was the most closely related to the Banishment Senior? If it wasn't a sword, then what was the favorite thing of the Banishment Senior? The thing that the Senior Banishment Senior liked? Wine? Good wine. The drunken immortal wine in the green jade gourd that the Senior Banishment Senior gave him? Although the choice of wine was a bit of a joke at this moment, the scroll painting was corroding faster and faster, and Xianxia didn't have time to think about the mystery calmly. Xianxia took off the green jade gourd on his back and used his mouth to bite open the cork that sealed the gourd. He directly sprinkled the wine on the scroll painting. This was Nangong's last attempt. It was also the last possible attempt that Nangongja could make to pass this level. The wine slowly soaked the ink. In just a moment, the ink had turned from black to a blood-red color. Even this works. Nangongja was just trying to make a last resort by sprinkling the drunken immortal wine on the scroll painting. He didn't expect it to actually work. As expected, this level is really more difficult than the previous ones. Which disciple of the Bloodcloak Pavilion who came here for such a serious trial would bring wine, especially drunken immortal wine that no one knows how to brew? Without drunken immortal wine, there is no way to remove the ink on the scroll painting. Without removing the ink, how can I pass this level? At this moment, Nangongja only felt that the Banishment Senior was indeed evil. Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for others? Ha ha ha! Life's two pleasures are sword and wine. Suddenly, Nangongja heard a faint sound. It was like a person singing with a sword while drinking to his heart's content. Not only did it sound in his ears, but it also seemed to appear in front of Nangongja's eyes. Although he couldn't see the person's figure clearly, he was holding a sword in his hand. The Heavenly Calamity sword. This must be the Banishment Senior. In the image, the Banishment Senior was holding a brush. However, it wasn't the posture of an ordinary person writing. Instead, it was as if he was holding a sword. Drops of ink dripped from brush. However, in midair, there was an invisible force that dragged the ink back to the tip of the brush. Painting? Writing? I'm not good at any of those. I only know how to wield a sword. Since I'm going to paint, I have to paint like a sword. After saying that, the Banishment Senior's aura, which had been slightly scattered due to drinking, was instantly restrained. His eyes, which were originally filled with a sense of sharpness, were now restrained. He looked like an ordinary person. Just like that, the Banishment Senior took the brush and drew on a piece of white paper in front of him. It was the ink painting that Nangongja was carefully looking at. Chapter 172. Puff, like a bubble bursting, everything in front of Nangongja seemed to turn into countless bubbles in an instant, floating away without a trace. Whether it was the sound of banishment or the figure of banishment, they all disappeared with the bubbles at this moment. Only the scroll painting in Nangongja's hand was left. Whether it was the rotten aura that had been corroding the scroll painting, or the sword chi injected by Nangongja, they all disappeared in an instant, and the blood-red lines on the ink on the scroll painting also disappeared without a trace. Only the traces of Nangongja's wine were still faintly visible. Am I enlightened? Nangongja asked himself, but found that he didn't understand. He just stared blankly at the scroll painting in his hand, not knowing what to say. In front of Nangongja, a dragon-patterned token, surrounded by some yellow aura, was still floating. Nangongja reached out and took the token in his hand. Following the brilliance of the token, he left the crypt. Perhaps only the half-corroded scroll painting placed on the stone table by Nangongja could prove that Nangongja had come here to accept this trial. He still came to the back of the golden dragon, but there was no arch in front of him. Nangongja was in a trance. His goal here was very simple. It was to pass these levels and then become the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, adding a few chips to his survival in the ninja world. However, after passing such a few levels, Nangongja didn't know if he could be qualified to become the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion once he became the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. From the beginning, from the words of the several altar lords, Nangongja could faintly find that although the banishment elder he respected was the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, he had never intervened. Although this has something to do with the character of the banishment elder, that kind of personality is afraid of trouble. He would definitely not accept such a troublesome position. However, wasn't part of the reason also because it was too heavy to bear the burden of the lives of all the members of the organization on his shoulders? Nangongja thought about such a problem. His pace did not stop, and he kept walking forward along the back of the golden dragon. Not knowing how long he walked, Nangongja freed himself from his thoughts and found that he was already standing on the huge head of the golden dragon. Compared to the 8 dragons that turned into arches before, the golden dragon was extraordinarily large. Nangongja moved his body a little bit closer to the golden dragon's horn, but found that his body was not as thick as the golden dragon's horn. This golden dragon should be the last level, right? From the beginning, I have already stepped on the golden dragon level. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, they really have a different order. But what kind of level is this? According to the previous levels, the Banishment Elder should have introduced the specific content of the level to Nangongja, but there was nothing this time. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and even the sound of the breeze was very clear in Nangongja's ears. Roar! The golden dragon under Nangongja's feet suddenly began to sway, and a dragon's roar was heard. The sound was very loud, and it even formed a wave of air that impacted the surrounding space. Countless clouds were scattered by the dragon's roar. After the golden dragon roared, it suddenly opened its 4 claws, and clouds of mist condensed under its claws. Not long after, the golden dragon's body was covered by the mist, and the golden dragon itself began to fly. Nangongja quickly grabbed the golden dragon's horn that was relatively close to him and stabilized his body. He braved the fierce wind and flew in the sky with the golden dragon. Nangongja no longer had the energy to calculate the passage of time, because the strong wind made Nangongja have to be careful not to fall off the golden dragon's head. When Nangongja opened his eyes that were unable to open because of the fierce wind, Nangongja found himself on the shore of a lake. It was not appropriate to call it the surface of a lake, because this so-called lake did not exist on the ground. The lake was suspended in the sky, as if it was being dragged by white clouds. The color of the sky was reflected on the surface of the lake, and the lakeside was dyed a dazzling blue. Traces of mist condensed on the surface of the lake, and from time to time, its body twisted and swayed, giving off an ethereal feeling. If this world really had a so-called fairyland, Nangongja believed that this place must be a fairyland. It really suits Senior Banishment's taste. If I can stay in a place like this for a period of time without any distractions, I believe that I will definitely make progress on the path of inner strength and swordsmanship, because this place is really suitable for calming down and improving my own shortcomings. Nangongja stood on the shore and looked at his reflection on the surface of the lake, and for a moment, he was filled with emotions. Trying to put his feet on the surface of the lake, Nangongja found that an invisible force appeared from the lake, and it formed a balance with his own strength. Sure enough, I can step on it. For some reason, when Nangongja saw such a flat surface of the lake, he could not help but have the thought of stepping on it. He stretched out his feet to test it, and it was really possible to step on it. Presumably, the trial for this stage is in the distant misty clouds, right? Nangongja looked at the clouds in the distance and began to guess. Since there were a total of 5 trials, and he was on a lake that could allow people to step on, it was not difficult to guess that his last trial would be in the depths of the clouds. Step by step, he stepped on the surface of the lake, and the wind carried a unique fishy smell to Nangongja's nose. Wisps of coolness spread from Nangongja's feet to his entire body. Under the influence of these two, Nangongja felt that his mind had become exceptionally calm. Even his mental strength had become exceptionally sensitive. There's more? Looks like this trial is not that simple. Nangongja knew that there was no free lunch in this trial. In the Arch of the Earthen Dragon Gate, there were no obstructions throughout the entire trial. Now that he thought about it, how unbearable would the final trial be? With the help of the lake's surface, his body and mental strength had been adjusted to their best condition. This proved that he would definitely have to risk his life in the final trial. The final trial would definitely be the most difficult one. Chapter 173. After clearing away the fog in front of him, Nangongja entered the center of the lake, which was most likely the place where the final trial would take place. A huge mysterious rune was engraved on the surface of the lake through some unknown method. Originally, the closer one was to the center of the lake, the thicker the fog was. However, the fog here seemed to have been forcibly driven away, making the surroundings exceptionally bright. Whoosh! The 4 tokens that Nangongja obtained from the previous trial suddenly flew out and landed on the blind spots of the formation one by one. The dragon aura token that was originally entwined with the light representing each of the 5 elements suddenly became particularly dazzling. These lights instantly turned into a green dragon that represented the wood element, a blue dragon that represented the water element, a red dragon that represented the fire element, and a yellow dragon that represented the earth element. After the 4 dragons were condensed, they each let out a dragon roar and flew towards Nangongzhe with a majestic aura. They wrapped around Nangongzhe's body and slowly flew towards the center of the formation with Nangongzhe. When Nangongzhe stood firmly in the center of the formation, the 4 dragons also rushed towards the center of the formation under Nangongzhe's feet. In an instant, the formation under Nangongzhe's feet became particularly dazzling. Even with Nangongzhe's eyesight, he was a little dazzled by the strong light at this moment. We actually face each other like this again. This really makes me feel that it's a little fun. Nangongzhe heard a familiar voice in his ear. This voice was really too familiar to Nangongzhe, because this was his own voice. The only thing that could possibly have the same voice as him was his own inner demon that had been sealed in his spiritual space. It turned out to be like this. Nangongzhe seemed to have figured out something. The trial actually began the moment I stepped on the back of the golden dragon. The mysterious power that let you get out of my control came from the golden dragon, right? Nangongzhe looked at his inner demon and said his guess. I didn't know where the power came from at first, but until just now, when you activated this formation, a greater power than the beginning rushed into my body again. Even the spiritual power wall you left behind couldn't block this power at all. Even in the end, I could directly appear in front of you with the power of the formation. Sure enough, even the heavens couldn't bear to see you humiliating the heavens' retribution sword. So they gave me a second chance to fight with you? The inner demon smiled and recounted what she had just experienced to her true self. As long as I can kill you, I can rely on the power of the formation to completely replace you and become the true Yama of the shinobi world. Without the home field advantage of the spiritual space, what can you use to fight me? Without hesitation, the inner demon said his purpose. Presumably, in the consciousness of the inner demon, he was suppressed by Nangongzhe in the spiritual space because of Nangongzhe's control of the spiritual space. As long as he doesn't have such a disadvantage, the two of them are almost on the same level. The inner demon is more ruthless than Nangongzhe. It doesn't seem impossible to defeat Nangongzhe and replace Nangongzhe. It seems that the requirement of this level is to eliminate the inner demon by myself. It's interesting, since this trial gave me such an opportunity. How can I not grasp it well? As long as I can eliminate this inner demon this time, I think I will have a huge improvement, right? Nangongzhe didn't care that his inner demon was still standing in front of him. He had already begun to think about the various benefits after he defeated the inner demon. When the inner demon saw Nangongzhe's attitude, it naturally burned with anger. Even its face became ferocious. Sure enough, although the inner demon is more insidious and ruthless, after all, the inner demon is an existence formed by some negative emotions. Compared to me, it is more irritable and extreme. When a mentality is unbalanced, it will lead to more flaws in the inner demon. The two of us are one. My inner demon is also clear in my heart. If I want to defeat the inner demon, I can only start from the loopholes in its emotions. That's right. What Nangongzhe said before was just a test of his own guesses. It was also the key to Nangongzhe's belief that he could defeat his inner demon. Although the inner demon didn't say it before, Nangongzhe knew that the inner demon must have received some kind of blessing from the formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so confident to say that it will kill him and then replace him. Perhaps the inner demon's combat power at this moment is much higher than his. The inner demon seemed to have become in a state of uncontrollable anger. It pulled out the long sword in its hand that looked exactly the same as the disaster sword and rushed towards Nangongzhe. At first, the inner demon's pace didn't change. It was as if it was rushing straight. However, halfway through, two figures suddenly split from the inner demon's body. It was as if the inner demon had forcibly turned into three people. As a cultivator of internal force, he can't use ninjutsu like a ninja who cultivates chakra, but he can rely on his own speed to create illusions. Even if it was practiced to a high level, it would be able to replace any illusionary body at any time to attack the enemy. Nangongja also knew this move, but it didn't seem to be as smooth as the inner demons. Nangongja carefully looked at the three figures of the inner demon, but found that he couldn't determine which one was the true body of the inner demon. Sure enough, this formation has a special effect on the inner demon. Since he couldn't determine which one was the true body, he would just block all of them. The three figures of the inner demon had already arrived in front of Nangongja in an instant, and the three of them attacked at the same time. One used a long sword to stab Nangongja's eyebrows. One used a sword to cut Nangongja's right arm, and the last figure bent down, as if it wanted to cut Nangongja's hamstring. As long as he could see the movements of the inner demon, Nangongja was confident that he could compete with the inner demon. Nangongja raised his left foot and stepped on the sword that was about to cut his hamstring. However, he didn't feel like he stepped on it at all. Obviously, it was just an illusion. With a wave of his right hand, the disaster sword's edge cut the throat of the inner demon that wanted to cut off his right arm, but it still felt like an illusion. "It's you." Nangongja pushed out his left hand with internal force and directly slapped the abdomen of the inner demon that wanted to stab the sword between his eyebrows. Chapter 174. Nangongja felt the illusory sensation again. He knew that the inner demon who was holding a long sword and was about to stab him between his eyebrows was also an illusion. A gust of wind came from behind his head. Was this the killing move of the inner demon? Nangongja quickly swept the long sword in his hand behind him. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was a close call. Nangongja blocked the true killing move of the inner demon. "I thought that splitting into two phantoms was your limit, but I didn't expect you to be able to split into three phantoms so vividly." Nangongja exerted force on his feet to create distance between himself and the inner demon. However, the inner demon was extremely fast. It was almost sticking to Nangongja's retreating figure. The distance between the two did not increase at all. Instead, it got closer. "Hee. There are many things that you don't know." The inner demon looked at Nangongja's face and said with a strange smile, "Indeed, this array formation has given you quite a bit of power. These footwork techniques that create illusions are still in their embryonic form in my mind, but you are already proficient in using them." Nangongja looked at the inner demon and said calmly, "But relying on the formation's support for you, is it really fun to use such a method to defeat me?" Nangongja was not so much a ninja as he was a more traditional cultivator. Every time he fought with others, Nangongja hoped to use his own skills to fight. Nangongja did not reject the idea. After all, Nangongja often wore Liang's black armor to fight. However, as long as it was a problem that could be solved with his own strength, Nangongja rarely summoned Liang. "As expected of my original body, you're so stubborn." The inner demon looked at Nangongja and said sarcastically, "I don't care if you're stubborn or pretentious. Only the power that was truly cultivated by oneself was the most suitable power for oneself. This is my own request. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Nangongja did not lose his composure because of the inner demon's mockery. He continued to speak calmly. "Then you can hold on to your pitiful pride and let me kill you and replace you. My true body." The demon slowly sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared from Nangongja's sight. Only this sentence was left, still echoing in the surrounding space. Nangongja knew that the inner demon was only temporarily gone. Now, the inner demon was like a venomous snake staring at its prey. As long as there was a chance, the inner demon would never be soft-hearted and bite him viciously. Nangongja held the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand and slightly arched his back. His mind was completely focused. Swish! Nangongja suddenly jumped up, and a sword chi shot out from the water where Nangongja was just standing. Before Nangongja fell from the sky, several more sword chi shot out. Each sword chi was aimed at the vital parts of Nangong's body. Nangong, who was in the air, had lost his footing. If this continued, his body would soon be pierced by the sword chi. You're not the only one who knows how to control sword chi. Nangong, you shook the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand. A sword chi shot out from the Heaven's Calamity sword and directly slashed under Nangong's feet. Nangong saw the opportunity and stepped on the sword chi. He suddenly used his agile body technique, and his body jumped up like a bird. Nangong moved to the side and dodged several sword chis. The remaining sword chis were also destroyed by Nangong's Heavenly Calamity sword. "Come out!" Nangong shouted. More and more sword chi was born from the Heaven's Calamity sword. In an instant, dozens of sword chi had already wrapped around Nangong's body. Nangong held the Heaven Calamity sword and pointed it downwards. Suddenly, Nangong fell towards the surface of the lake like a 1,000-pound weight. Bang! The huge force directly shook the lake water into mist, and at the same time, it also made a huge sound. The moment the tip of the sword touched the lake, the sword chi wrapped around Nangong's body flew in the direction of the Heaven's Calamity sword. Like sharks hunting for their prey, Nangong's sword chi wandered around the lake, killing everything in its path. Nangong obviously wanted to use this method to force his inner demon out of the lake so that it would be easier for him to fight it. The sword chi's effect was very obvious. The inner demon's body that was hidden in the lake was forcibly forced out. There was even a small tear at the corner of the inner demon's clothes. It must have been caused by the sword chi that was injected into the lake. The inner demon did not speak. He just held the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Nangong. This time, there were no afterimages because the inner demon knew that this was a trick that could only be used once. His original body must be on guard against his doppelgangers. Since that was the case, he might as well fight directly. The long sword in the inner demon's hand trembled slightly. There were even some phantoms on the body of the sword. Using this method of vibration to increase the speed and strength of the long sword in his hand was really a good trick. Nangong sighed slightly in his heart. However, he did not directly apply it to his swordsmanship. Although this method was simple, it required a lot of practice to integrate this trick into his swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would be a complete troublemaker. The power of his swordsmanship might be reduced because he was not familiar with the technique. Just as he was about to get close to Nangong, the inner demon's arm suddenly moved. The high speed made the inner demon look like he had 2 more arms. This was not a trick like the previous illusion. As long as the inner demon was willing, each of the illusionary long swords would be a full blow. Nangong was very familiar with this swordsmanship. It was the fatal 13 swords that his sister, Nangong, had taught him a long time ago. The fatal 13 swords was a swordsmanship that did not care about the form. Every move was a fight to the death. Every move was filled with murderous intent. The inner demon's temperament was different from his. When he used the fatal 13 swords, he was filled with murderous intent. Nangong also raised the Heaven's Disaster sword in his hand and fought against the inner demon's moves. Even if he did not have the same power as the inner demon when he used the fatal 13 swords, Nangong was someone who had completely mastered the fatal 13 swords. Nangong still had a certain degree of confidence in the most basic way of countering each move. Chapter 175. Chi. A trail of blood quietly appeared on Nangong's face. Nangong was still sweating because of the frightening moment just now. Originally, with Nangong's understanding of the fatal 13 swords, although there was a certain gap in strength and speed between him and the inner demon, who had been strengthened by the formation, he could still rely on his skills to deal with the inner demon. However, just now, the inner demon used a move that Nangong had never seen before. It was a move that was derived from the fatal 13 swords. This move was almost a perfect display of the ruthlessness of the fatal 13 swords. At that moment, The inner demon's murderous aura was so frightening that it almost froze Nangong's movements. Watching the blade getting closer and closer to his face, Nangongji used all the strength in his body to move again. However, his face was still scratched by the blade, leaving a bloody scar. This move, Nangongji looked at the inner demon and said with lingering fear, "Don't you remember? When you obtained the fatal 13 swords and practiced it to the extreme, you had a wisp of inspiration." With the inner demon's reminder, Nangongji finally remembered that when he practiced the fatal 13 swords, he vaguely felt that the fatal 13 swords should not stop at the 13th move. However, he had been trying to deduce it, but to no avail. Therefore, he did not continue to deduce it. "This is the 14th sword?" Nangongji looked at the inner demon and said the answer. Compared to the 14th sword, which was almost like a demonic sword, the first 13 swords of the fatal 13 swords were like green leaves against a red flower. Endless ruthlessness and murderous aura, the essence of the first 13 swords, were gathered in this sword. It was the 14th sword that could be called the Ghost God's sword. You can actually perform such a sword? Nangongji was very surprised because this sword only existed in Nangongji's consciousness. Compared to the body technique that the inner demon had used to create illusions, this sword technique that was close to the supernatural made Nangongji's mind more easily shaken. "That's right. What you can do, what you can't do, I can easily do. What can you use to win against me? Why don't you just obediently stretch out your neck and let me inherit everything you have? With my strength, wouldn't protecting those girls be a piece of cake?" The inner demon looked at Nangongji with disdain and disdain. He, who was able to display a sword move that was close to that of a supernatural being, was indeed qualified to look at Nangongji with disdain. Nangongji did not speak. He only held the Heaven's Disaster sword tighter in his hand. His slightly trembling hands held the Heaven's Disaster sword in front of him. Although he did not speak, it was obvious that Nangongji was unwilling to give up everything he had. Hee, stubborn, but that's good. This way, I can fight to my heart's content and vent the resentment that you have suppressed me for all these years. The inner demon still had a strange smile on his face as he attacked Nangongji with his sword. Although it was still the fatal 13 swords, it seemed that the ruthlessness of the fatal 13 swords had increased because of the 14th sword move. On the other hand, Nangongji had already lost in terms of confidence because of the 14th sword just now. Although Nangongji was still trying his best to parry every sword attack from the inner demon, he was getting more and more powerless. Nangongji blocked the inner demon's sword with the Heaven's Disaster sword. However, his hand that was holding the sword also fell to the side of his body because of the huge force. The web between his thumb and forefinger was even slightly cracked because of the strength of the inner demon's sword. Traces of blood seeped into the sword hilt. Some sticky blood stained the sword hilt, making Nangongji feel that the Heaven's Disaster sword was very heavy at this moment. The Heaven's Disaster sword even looked like it was about to fall out of his hand. "Look at your current sorry state. You can't even hold the sword properly, and you still want to fight with me? Don't joke around." The inner demon sneered at Nangongji. "With your current state, what right do you have to fight with others? What right do you have to swear that you can protect everything you want to protect? Instead of letting you go out and make a fool of yourself, you don't even know when you will silently die in the hands of others. Why don't you just let me end you? What's the point of saying so many useless things? If you want to fight, then let's fight." At the beginning of the battle, Nangongji wanted to use sarcasm to disturb the inner demon's state of mind. However, at this moment, every word of the inner demon was like a sharp thorn that attacked Nangongji. Nangongji couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. Could he really accomplish all the things that he had hoped for with the current him? In order to adjust his state of mind, Nangongji could only shout loudly, try to expel every word of the inner demon from his mind. The inner demon's mouth curved into a smile. It seemed that it was very satisfied with Nangongji's current state. It turned its body and stabbed its long sword at a strange angle. This time, Nangongji didn't block the inner demon's sword like before. Instead, a trace of his Shikigami appeared. The inner demon's long sword directly slashed past Nangong's neck. A strand of black hair fell to the ground beside Nangongja. The inner demon could have directly taken Nangong's life with this sword. However, when the long sword was about to slash Nangong's throat, the inner demon quietly moved the long sword to the side and only took away a strand of Nangong's hair. The smile on its face was like a cat that was teasing a mouse. It was so calm and so cruel. Isn't this interesting? The inner demon seemed to treat teasing Nangongja as a way to relieve its boredom. Its eyes were filled with satisfaction. Nangongja drew his sword. He poured his chaotic thoughts into the sword and stabbed the inner demon with a fierceness that was different from before. Didn't you look down on my fighting style? But now, every move of yours is very similar to my swordsmanship. Which one of us is more like a clown who wants to make others laugh? The inner demon looked at Nangong's sword. It just casually waved the long sword in its hand and broke Nangong's swordsmanship. It even took a step forward and kicked Nangongja. Nangongja directly fell onto the surface of the lake, looking indescribably embarrassed. Deity, Nangongja, would Leaf Yama, have you seen a dog? Look at you now. Aren't you a mad dog that has lost its mind due to anger? A mad dog like you should use blood and pain to teach you who is the master of life and death. The inner demon walked to Nangongja's side and stepped directly on Nangongja's back. Nangongja, who was struggling to stand up and continue fighting, was mercilessly stepped on to the surface of the lake. Nangongja's face was reflected on the surface of the lake, which made Nangongja extremely frustrated. Chapter 176. To be honest, I'm a little tired of looking at your face. Forget it. I'll just get rid of you as soon as possible. The inner demon originally wanted to play with his main body, but when he looked at his main body's face, he couldn't help but feel irritated. Therefore, the inner demon placed the long sword in his hand beside Nangongja's neck. With a light slash, his main body's life would end at this moment, and a brand new Nangongja who could truly bear the title of Yama would be born. To be honest, the inner demon felt that this was the best way to go. However, since when was Nangongja someone who would stretch out his neck to be slaughtered? Thinking back to the water dragon arch illusion, Nangongja knew that he couldn't give up so easily when his inner demon faced Nangongro, Mashiro, and Little Linger. There were still many people waiting for him to protect and guard, right? Ha! Nangongja shifted his gaze away from his face reflected on the surface of the lake and stared at the long sword in the inner demon's hand. He suddenly exerted force on his body and forcibly pushed away the inner demon's foot that was on his back. Using the calamity sword in his hand to meet the inner demon's long sword, Nangongja's strength was inferior to the inner demon's. Under the influence of the inner demon's long sword, Nangongja's body slid fiercely in the opposite direction, sticking close to the surface of the lake. When the inner demon saw his main body's actions, his face turned extremely ugly. TSK, I say, you clearly can't beat me at all. Can't you just die properly? Why do you have to force yourself to fight me? You're really troublesome. The inner demon clicked his tongue impatiently and looked at Nangongja with great impatience. How can I give up so easily? Nangongja wasn't in a good spot either. Just now, in order to borrow the strength of the Heart Devil sword to escape the attack range of the Heart Devil, he didn't use too much strength. Even his internal organs had suffered some injuries due to the forceful impact. Blood was flowing out of Nangongja's nostrils. Then, I will finish you with one move. The inner demon watched Nangongja as if he was watching a disgusting cockroach as he slowly raised his sword. The hand holding the sword moved closer to his ear, while the other hand gently stroked the sword's spine. The sound of fingernails rubbing against the blade was very clear. As the sound of friction gradually spread, the inner demon fell into a strange state. His pair of eyes, which originally had some black luster, were instantly covered by black. Even when he breathed in and out, a faint black mist would escape from his eyes. The murderous aura was released from his body without any concealment. A large part of it flowed into the long sword in the inner demon's hand, while the rest rushed towards Nangongzhe. The situation was extremely similar to when Nangongzhe was injured. The moment the murderous aura approached Nangongzhe's body, it changed from an invisible state. Like concrete cooling, the murderous aura enveloped Nangongzhe, restricting his movements. Nangongzhe couldn't even move. Only one of his eyes could slowly turn and see what was happening around him. This was the essence of the fatal 13 swords, the fatal 14th sword that was like a red flower. Kill! The inner demon suddenly spat out such a word. His voice was hoarse and choppy, like a person who hadn't spoken for many years suddenly opening his mouth. However, as soon as the inner demon said the word kill, the black that lingered in his eyes quickly faded away. His eyes had completely turned white, and there were even some ferocious blood streaks on them. No matter who it was, being stared at by such an eye would cause fear to emerge in their hearts, let alone Nangongzhe, who was facing the inner demon. A bone-chilling chill emerged from Nangongzhe's heart. It turned out that the sudden attack from the inner demon wasn't the fatal 14th sword at all. Now, the inner demon had completely condensed his murderous aura, his resentment, and his crazy desire to kill into his sword. Using the murderous aura to solidify the opponent's movements, using the demonic eye to stimulate the opponent's mind, and finally using the long sword in his hand to give the opponent a fatal blow. Converge, condense, solidify. A sword that was like a ghost, a sword that belonged to a ghost. Was this the fatal 14th sword that belonged to the inner demon? Previously, Nangongzhe had used all his strength to break free from the weakened version of the fatal 14th sword, barely saving his life. Then, how could Nangongzhe resist the complete version of the fatal 14th sword? The sword edge with murderous aura and cold air was getting closer and closer to Nangongzhe. The tip of Nangongzhe's nose seemed to have a thin layer of frost because of the cold air on the sword edge. Was he really going to die in the hands of his inner demon? Nangongzhe looked at the inner demon and looked at the long sword in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly felt that time had slowed down. He could only stand there motionlessly and watch as the inner demon stabbed the sword in his hand towards his vital parts and took his life away. Wait, time really seemed to have slowed down. Nangongzhe was trapped in the murderous aura, but his heartbeat and breathing reminded him that time really seemed to have slowed down. The Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand became slightly hot, making Nangongzhe's palm feel like it was being burned. Why? This was too strange. The flow of time actually slowed down. Nangongzhe's eyes suddenly became blurry. The inner demon was no longer there, and the ghost-like sword of the inner demon was no longer there. The lake, the thick fog, and the array had all disappeared without a trace in an instant. There was only one person standing in front of him, holding a brush with ink. He held the brush in his hand as if he was holding a long sword. With a light stroke, he left an ink mark on the paper in front of him. That person's face was the banishment senior that Nangongzhe was very familiar with. The state of banishment when he waved the brush in his hand was very similar to the state of the inner demon when he used the 14th sword. However, Nangongzhe carefully observed and found that this was not the case. The 14th sword that the inner demon used was to pour everything into the sword in his hand, whether it was murderous aura or resentment. He let the sword become his own and let the sword become the dominant existence. There seemed to be no such thing as the inner demon in the world. There was only the sword and the target that the sword wanted to kill. Chapter 177. However, banishment and the inner demon were completely different. Senior banishment did not turn himself into a sword. Instead, he used his soul to wrap around the brush in his hand that he had used as a sword. He used his mind to carefully feel everything about the brush. Regardless of whether it was the scratches on the brush or the state of each hair on the brush, they were all deeply imprinted in his mind by banishment. Then, The brush actually formed a strange resonance with Banishment's breathing and the inner energy in Banishment's body. That's right. The inner demon turned himself into the sword in his hand, but Senior Banishment turned the sword into himself. Using the sword to control the person and using the person to control the sword, the difference was very obvious. Nangongja finally understood what the scroll painting in the Arch of the Earth Dragon Gate wanted him to comprehend. It was this kind of sword that turned the sword into his own sword. The seal of killing intent seemed to no longer exist, and Nangongja's body could actually move. Nangongja's right hand slowly rose, and Nangongja's left hand grasped the hilt of the sword. This was the most basic move when one first started cultivating the sword. The most fundamental slash. Nangongja closed his eyes. There was no lake under his feet, no clouds around him, no fatal sword from the inner demon, no breath, and no heartbeat. There was only one Nangongja, and only one Heaven's Calamity sword. Nangongja felt the Heaven's Calamity sword, and the Heaven's Calamity sword felt Nangongja. Whether it was the feeling of helplessness or the fear of facing the inner demon slash, it seemed to have been instantly destroyed by the Heaven's Calamity sword. The Heaven's Calamity sword was very happy. It was happy that its master had finally calmed down and no longer had so many distracting thoughts. It only held itself, and simply wanted to slash. Nangongja was so happy that he could actually feel the emotions of the Heavenly Calamity sword. It was not dissatisfied with him not being able to drink blood to its heart's content, nor was it afraid of the inner demons. The Heavenly Calamity sword only wanted to slash down to its heart's content. His mouth opened slightly, but his weak voice resounded through the clouds like the morning bell and the evening drum. It also echoed in Nangongja's heart. The vital energy of heaven and earth, vast and everlasting, Nangongja's heart and Nangongja's tribulation sword merged into one. Nangongja's inner energy and Nangongja's sword chi. At this moment, Nangongja's spiritual power and everything about Nangongja was surging into the heavenly tribulation sword without any restraint. I'm not asking for immortal slaying. Nangongja's voice was no longer faintly discernible. Instead, it was extremely clear. But I beg to slay demons and gods, sword of ghosts and gods, inner demons. Nangongja did not care. If it was demons and gods, then he would use this sword to slay demons and gods. If it was an inner demon, then he would use this sword to destroy it. What is this? What is this? Impossible, impossible. This is clearly my victory. I can clearly replace you and become a new life. What right do you have to use this sword to extinguish all my hopes? From a moment Nangongja's body could move, when Nangongja placed the Heavenly Calamity sword in his hand in front of his chest, the inner demon had already sensed it. However, this world-destroying 14th sword had already been slashed out. Everything was controlled by the sword in the inner demon's hand. The inner demon could not stop his sword, nor was he willing to stop his sword. Endless hatred and killing intent surged out from the inner demon's body. Even the inner demon's body had become somewhat illusory. The inner demon burned his own foundation, producing even more killing intent and resentment to nurture the sword in his hand. He only wanted to make this sword stronger, strong enough to kill his own body. However, Nangongja did not hear the inner demon's words at all. Nangongja had long ago comprehended the Sacrifice Heart Sutra, which was to sacrifice the sword and have no other thoughts. When he comprehended the move, slay demons and gods, Nangongja had already pushed his Sacrifice Heart Sutra to an even more profound level. At this moment, Nangongja only wanted to slash out with the sword in his hand. The Heavenly Calamity sword's edge already had a faint, pure white light. Although it was very small, it was impossible for people to ignore its existence. The Heavenly Calamity sword and the sword in the inner demon's hand clashed together. There was no shockwave, nor was there any earth-shattering sound. It was just like the two most ordinary swords clashing together without a trace of smoke or fire. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Nangongzhe and the inner demon exchanged positions. The two of them stood back to back, and their hands were still in the same posture as before. However, the sword of the inner demon's hand made such a crisp sound, and cracks like a spider web appeared on the sword. No, it was not just on the sword. These cracks actually spread to the inner demon's body, and traces of white light were emitted from the cracks. The inner demon seemed to want to open his mouth to say something, but he could not even move. In an instant, it was like a porcelain with cracks all over it, turning into fragments that fell onto the lake's surface. The lake's surface did not hold up these fragments like how it held up Nangongzhe's body. Instead, it allowed these fragments to sink into the lake. There were only a few slight ripples, which proved that someone had fought with Nangongzhe here. Nangongzhe also slowly put away the Heaven's Calamity sword in his hand and sheathed it back into the scabbard. His face was pale and fatigued. It was clear that this demon-slaying technique was not easy to execute. To be honest, whether it is the fatal 14th sword or the Heaven's Calamity sword, they're all sword moves of the same level. It is impossible to judge which one is better, using a human to control a sword or using a sword to control a human. The only reason you lost was because your sword wasn't cultivated by yourself. Even if the formation provided you with a sword move that suits you, it is not a sword that belongs to you. Nangongzhe seemed to be talking to the inner demon, but it also seemed like he was talking to himself. There was no dragon-patterned token falling from the sky, and only a door appeared in front of Nangongzhe. It did not have the grandeur and domineering aura of the giant dragon arch. It was just a simple wooden door without any decorations. Nangongzhe reached out and grabbed a handle on the wooden door. Kacha! The sound of wood rubbing against each other sounded, and a white light was emitted from the wooden door. Ninja World, Blood Robe Pavilion. I am back, I Nangongzhe am back. Are you ready? Nangongzhe said silently in his heart, and firmly stepped forward. Chapter 178. After Nangongzhe entered the path of dragonization, the 5 altar lords did not leave the headquarters of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Regardless of whether Nangongzhe could pass the path of dragonization or not, the 5 altar lords had the responsibility and obligation to wait for Nangongzhe to finish the trial. If Nangongzhe passed, then Nangongzhe would already be the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. It was only right for the 5 altar lords to meet the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. If Nangongzhe did not pass, Nangongzhe was also a top expert in the ninja world. The 5 altar lords would not mind forming a good relationship with Nangongzhe, right? At this moment, the 9 dragons painted wall suddenly bloomed with a different kind of brilliance. The brilliance instantly condensed into a huge beam of light. Even the roof above the 9 dragons painted wall was directly hit by the beam of light. The beam of light went straight into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Not only the 5 altar lords, even the most ordinary members of the Bloodcloth Pavilion had already seen this brilliant beam of light. Calm down the ordinary disciples. I will go find the remaining altar lords and see what happened to the 9 dragons painted wall. Every time the 9 dragons painted wall was open before, there was no such scene. After all, this was the territory of the Greenwood altar. Most of the remaining 4 altar lord subordinates were still outside the headquarters of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Therefore, Old Man Aoki directly gave the order to calm down the basic disciples. Without waiting for the people of the Greenwood altar next to him to answer, Old Man Aoki had already directly left his room at an extremely fast speed. Only the door was left open, and the disciples of the Greenwood altar stood there in a daze. Was this still the mature and steady altar lord of the Greenwood altar that he knew? Old Man Aoki ran in the direction of the 9 dragons painted wall as fast as he could. The other altar lords were not stupid. Seeing the abnormality of the 9 dragons painted wall, they must have also moved in the direction of the beam of light. Instead of going to the residences of the altar lords and finding nothing, it was better to rush in the direction of the 9 dragons painted wall first. On the way, they would definitely meet the other altar lords. Greenwood hadn't walked far when a green figure appeared beside Old Man Greenwood. Altar leader Qing Mu. This light pillar from the Nine Dragons painted wall is really unusual. Could it be? When Bai Shui saw Qing Mu, he didn't stop, but he still told him his guess. Although he didn't say it clearly, Old Man Qing Mu knew that Bai Shui felt that this matter definitely had something to do with Nangongzhi, who was undergoing the trial on the road of dragon transformation. It's still too early to talk about this. Let's go to the Nine Dragons painted wall first. Let's talk about this when we meet up with the other altar masters. Old Man Qing Mu shook his head and didn't let Bai Shui continue. Now that everything was still uncertain, it was best not to make any rash comments. When Greenwood and Bai Shui arrived in front of the Nine Dragon painted wall, the other altar lords Rui, Jin, Qiyin, and Ho Tu were already standing in front of the Nine Dragon painted wall. Greenwood, Bai Shui, you're here. Rui, Jin, and Qiyin were currently staring at the Nine Dragon painted wall. They didn't talk to Greenwood and Bai Shui, who had just arrived. On the contrary, Ho Tu didn't seem to care about the result of the road of dragon transformation. After seeing Greenwood and Bai Shui, he greeted them in a very good-natured manner. What's the situation now? Greenwood asked Ho Tuesday. The door to the road of dragon transformation on the Nine Dragons painted wall has already appeared, but we still haven't seen little friend Nangongzhi come out. Whether he succeeds or fails, we'll know the result very soon. Ho Tu rubbed his head and didn't explain the situation in detail. After all, no one had encountered such a reaction from the Nine Dragon painted wall before. In the past, the Nine Dragons painted wall would directly open the door when it opened. Then, all the people who failed the trial would be forcefully thrown out by a huge force. Now that the huge light pillar had appeared, they felt that they didn't know where to start. Just as the altar lords were discussing the abnormality of the Nine Dragon painted wall, a foot stretched out from the door of the Nine Dragon painted wall's path of dragon transformation. When the owner of the foot completely walked out of the door of the Nine Dragons painted wall, the altar lord saw the face of the owner of the foot clearly. It was Nangongzhi. Oh, you're all still waiting for me here? Nangongzhi had just come out and saw the altar lords standing in front of the Nine Dragons painted wall. He was slightly surprised and said, Greenwood pointed to the sky, and Nangongzhi followed Greenwood's finger and saw the light pillar that shot up into the sky from the Nine Dragons painted wall. So it's like this? Nangongzhi suddenly smiled a bit awkwardly. Such an entrance was too flashy. No, this doesn't match my low-key purpose. Little friend, I wonder if you, just as Greenwood opened his mouth and wanted to ask Nangongzhi about the result of the Nine Dragons painted wall, a blood-red stream of light suddenly flew over from afar and covered Nangongzhi's body. Taking a closer look, it was the blood-stained brocade robe that was enshrined in the hall by the people of the blood-clothed pavilion. It seems that the result is already very clear. Nangongzhi smiled at Old Man Greenwood and reached out his hand to touch the blood-stained robe on his body. Greetings, Chief. Greetings, Chief. Greetings, Chief. The altar lords immediately half-knelt on the ground and saluted Nangongzhi. Nangongzhi looked at the altar lords half-kneeling in front of him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy of leading a large organization. Instead, he was filled with worry. He had passed such a trial, brought the heavenly calamity sword, and took away the authority of these altar masters. He had even directly sat on their heads. No one would be willing to have someone sitting on their head so easily, let alone the 5 powerful and authoritative internal strength cultivators of the blood-clothed pavilion. He didn't know how much trouble he would have to face in the future. However, at this moment, Nangongzhi couldn't reveal his thoughts. He could only hurriedly hold the arms of Old Man Greenwood and Altar Lord Ho Tu, who were closest to him, and said to the 5 altar lords at the same time, "There's no need to be so polite. I'm also new here, so there are many things that I'm not familiar with and understand. In the future, I hope that we can work together to make the blood-clothed pavilion stronger. Everyone, please get up." After Nangongzhi finished speaking, he took the lead to help Greenwood and Ho Tu up. Then he went to the other 3 altar lords and helped them up one by one. We're all people who have passed the dragonization path, so we know best how difficult it is. Since you can pass the dragonization path, you naturally have a mind and strength that surpasses ours. Therefore, we must support you with all our strength and make the blood-clothed pavilion stronger. Rui Jin went to Nangong's side and told him the same thing. The other altar lords also nodded one by one. If outsiders saw the state of the 5 altar lords in Nangongja at this moment, they would definitely give a thumbs up and praise them for being very harmonious. Chapter 179. Chief, although you have passed the path of dragonization and obtained the recognition of the blood cloak of banishment senpai, but we still need a ceremony to tell all the blood cloak pavilion disciples that we have a chief, so Aoki stepped forward and said to Nangongja, Aoki-sama, you don't have to worry about it. Since I have become the chief of the blood cloak pavilion, I naturally have to let all the blood cloak pavilion disciples know about my existence. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke if the general doesn't know his soldiers? I don't know if you have already made any arrangements. Nangongja smiled and said to the altar lords, although our blood cloak pavilion is not a particularly large organization, we still have many disciples. Most of the disciples under my command are responsible for logistics, and many of them have been scattered all over the ninja world to run some business. Sharp Metal Altar and Scarlet Flame Altar, led by Sharp Metal Altar and Scarlet Flame Altar, are responsible for all kinds of military missions, and almost none of them are left. In order to cooperate with the various actions of Sharp Metal Altar and Scarlet Flame Altar, a large number of disciples of Deep Earth Altar also follow them to perform missions. The disciples of Clearwater Altar are mainly responsible for hiding, spying, and sometimes carrying out some assassination missions. Therefore, it is not realistic to have all the disciples gather at the headquarters. Aoki's face was a little embarrassed. In fact, Nangongja's meaning was very obvious. He hoped that he could meet all the members of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. But now, he had to directly reject the proposal of his new boss, which really made Aoki feel uncomfortable all over. But as the oldest and most experienced of the 5 altar lords, Aoki couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Aoki had to tell Nangongja that he could only accept the situation of the general doesn't know his soldiers, and the soldiers don't know his generals. Nangongja didn't show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he had a gentle smile. When Aoki spoke, Nangongja nodded from time to time, as if he felt that there was no problem with Aoki's statement. I was too rash. If you want to maintain the stability and development of an organization, then the members of an organization must not stay at the headquarters without doing anything. Since we can't get all the disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion here, how are we going to carry out the succession ceremony? The few of us have discussed it. If you can accept it, we will gather all the middle-level and high-level cadres who are free. We will let you meet them and conduct the succession ceremony together. In this way, not only would the situation of the general doesn't know his soldiers and the soldiers don't know his general be avoided, it would also save the disciples from the tiring journey. I wonder if you think this is a good idea? Aoki suggested to Nangongja, and the other altar lords nodded in agreement. Obviously, they did not have any objections. Perhaps these people had already discussed this solution when Nangongja entered the path of dragon transformation. Your Excellency, Aoki's suggestion is somewhat feasible. I wonder how long it will take for all the middle-level and high-level members to gather? Nangongja didn't argue with Aoki about the details of the succession ceremony. After all, the altar lords must have discussed it with each other. Currently, Nangongja was not very clear about the various information about the Blood Garment Pavilion, so he would definitely face such a situation now. This was normal. Nangongja also knew that he would inevitably face such a deadlock. This was also something that he had to go through to truly take charge of the Blood Garment Pavilion. If he could solve this problem well, then Nangongja would be the official Blood Garment Pavilion's chief. If he couldn't solve this problem, then he would just be a mascot. In that case, he would just take on the title of first seat and become a good mascot. If there was any battle that required Nangongja's assistance, he would have to fight to the death for the Blood Clothing Pavilion. Because all the cadres are scattered all over the place, it will take some time to gather them. If everything goes well, I think they will all be gathered in about a month. During this time, we can also prepare for the succession ceremony. If you don't mind, you can take a look at our Blood Garment Pavilion's records and ancient books during this time. You can learn about the Blood Garment Pavilion. Bai Shui was in charge of intelligence work. This kind of information was given to Nangong Zhabai Bai Shui. There's nothing wrong with that. It's only a month. I still have the patience to read some of the Blood Garment Pavilion's records and ancient books. Of course, it's natural. What's there to mind? Nangong nodded. He felt that what Bai Shui said was very reasonable, and there was nothing to doubt. Then, Chief, we will take our leave first to make arrangements. Next, let Bai Shui take the altar lord to the chief's room and bring the records and ancient books. Is that okay? Aoki, Chi Yin, Rui Jin, and Ho Tu all bowed one by one, indicating that they wanted to leave first to deal with various matters. Of course. You all go. Bai Shui and I will go to the chief's room. Nangong waved his hand, indicating that the 4 altar lords could leave for the time being. He followed Bai Shui's guidance to a room on the top floor of the Blood Garment Pavilion. This room had a somewhat rustic appearance. There were no decorative ornaments. There were only a few bookshelves, an office desk, and a few chairs. Although this place looked very clean, it was obvious that people often came here to tidy it up. However, it appeared very cold and cheerless. There was no sign of life. This is the chief's room. It's mainly used for office work. The living quarters are elsewhere. Later, if you need to rest, just call for the servants at the door. They will naturally take you to a place to rest. As Bai Shui spoke, he walked to the side of a bookshelf in the room. He opened the empty bookshelf and pressed a button at a corner of the bookshelf. The bookshelf shrank inwards towards the wall, and in its place was a somewhat small dark room. In addition to a few oil lamps providing illumination in the dark room, there were several rows of bookshelves. There were many books and scrolls on them. Some of the books and scrolls had a lot of dust on them. It was obvious that they had been there for a long time. These are some of the ancient books and records of our Blood Garment Pavilion's various activities. Apart from me, the altar lord, and you, the chief, no one else can enter here. Bai Shui picked from the bookshelf and took out a book that wasn't too thin and held it in his hand. He then walked to Nangong's side and placed a few books in Nangong's hands. These are some of the basic information of our Blood Garment Pavilion. You can take a look at them. Bai Shui's face carried a slight smile, but Nangong's expression became somewhat strange. However, he quickly restrained himself. Chapter 180. Looking at Bai Shui's departing figure, Nangong's left hand tightened as if he was holding onto something. Nangong scanned the room with his immense mental power in an instant. After making sure that there was nothing to monitor him, Nangong took a few steps forward and closed the door. Sitting on the chair behind the desk, Nangong casually placed the blood-red robe that belonged to the banishment elder to the side. He then took out the thing in his left hand. It was a scroll that looked a little old. The words "action record" were directly written on the scroll. This Bai Shui, what is the meaning of secretly stuffing this scroll into my hands? Is there something else that can't be exposed? Nangong was a little puzzled because he basically didn't have any contact with a hidden force like the Blood-Red Robe Pavilion. What did their actions have to do with him? Not to mention, this seemed to be an action record from a long time ago. For some unknown reason, Nangong's heart began to feel a little irritable. Nangong held the scroll in his hand and didn't open it for a long time. Why is this? Why is my heart so unsettled? Nangong didn't know what was wrong with him. Even the scroll in his hand was stuffed into Nangong's chest, and he didn't look at it again. Should I go to the Lion Clan's alternate space to see my sister, Mishiro, and Little Linger? During the trial, what the inner demon did to the 3 girls in the illusion made Nangong want to see them very much. Nangong walked to a slightly wider area in the office and inserted the Heaven's Disaster Sword into the ground. A formation instantly spread out and burst out with a faint but very conspicuous brilliance. With a flash of brilliance, Nangong's figure disappeared from the office of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Several altar masters simultaneously felt the spatial fluctuations coming from Nangong's office, but none of them cared. They just continued with their work. However, the brilliance in their eyes proved that they were not as calm as they appeared to be. With a flash of light, Nangong's figure appeared in front of the small house built from pure white in the Lion Clan's alternate space. She gently pushed open the door and saw Mashiro sitting in the courtyard, sewing something with a needle and thread in his hands. Nangong had already walked to Mashiro's side. Mashiro did not even realize that there was an additional person behind him. Perhaps it was because Mashiro felt particularly safe in the Lion Clan's alternate dimension. Sigh. Mashiro let out a long sigh and put the needle and thread and cloth in his hands on the table in front of him. He looked at his masterpiece with some relief. I don't know if Miyagi will like this kind of clothes. The clothes that Mashiro sewed were actually for Nangongja. I like it very much, so Miyagi likes it very much. The two of them awkwardly chatted for a while. Wait, Mashiro suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did Miyagi leave the alternate dimension to deal with some things in the shinobi world? How could she answer his question? Really, why do I have such a problem with auditory hallucinations? Mashiro turned around and seemed to be going into the house to pour himself a glass of water. However, he directly bumped into Nangong's arms. Miyagi? You're back. Mashiro realized that Nangongja was back, but his eyes didn't dare to look at Nangongja. He struggled twice with his hands and broke free from Nangongja's arms. Sure enough, Mashiro is still blaming me? Although a large part of the reason why Mashiro broke free from his arms was because of her shyness, but the way she didn't dare to look at Nangongja and the panicked tone made Nangongja feel that Mashiro still hasn't gotten over betraying him. But this kind of thing can't be solved with a few words. In the end, Mashiro needs to walk out of this dead end by himself. So Nangongja also changed the topic and said to Mashiro, "Did you make clothes for me?" As he said that, Nangongja picked up the clothes that Mashiro put on the table. I learned some clothes making skills from your bookie, sis. I wanted to make a few sets of clothes for you for a long time. After all, you only have a few sets of clothes, and they're already worn out. When I came here, I didn't have much to do, so I asked the Yang to get me some cloth to try making some. Mashiro rubbed the corner of his clothes from time to time. He didn't have his usual calmness. Instead, he was a little panicked, like a small animal that had never seen a stranger before. Can I give it a try? Oh, of course. I don't have your exact size, so I made the clothes based on my memory. I don't know if it's suitable. Before Mashiro finished his sentence, Nangongja had already put on the clothes that Mashiro made. Different from the slightly longer clothes in the past, the clothes that Mashiro made this time were shorter and the color was very warm. Wearing it, Nangongja didn't have the cold feeling that he used to have. Instead, he looked very gentle. Is it suitable? Nangongja smiled and said to Mashiro. Although Mashiro's clothes-making skills were still a little rough, there were many parts that were a little rough. But Nangongja was very happy that he could wear the clothes made by Mashiro. This made Nangongja feel very warm in his heart. With Nangong-ro, Mashiro, and Little Linger, this was a real home for Nangongja, right? Looking at Nangongja's gentle smile, Mashiro only felt that the anxiety in his heart seemed to be expelled in an instant. All that was left was a slight warmth that warmed his heart. A thin layer of mist uncontrollably appeared in his eyes, and he felt like he was about to cry. Looking at Mashiro, Nangongja gently pressed his hand on Mashiro's head. During this period of time, I believe that you have endured for a long time and blamed yourself for a long time. It's okay. Cry to your heart's content. I'm not only Nangongja, but I'm also your family. Whether you're happy or sad, I have a responsibility to share with you. It would have been better if Nangongja didn't say this. But when he said this, Mashiro's eyes were like a broken dam. Tears rolled down from Mashiro's eyes, and sobs came from his throat. Every time Mashiro faced Nangong-ro, and Little Linger said that she was worried about her brother Nangong, it was a different kind of torture and condemnation for Mashiro. Chapter 181. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts weren't as complicated as a man's. Just like Mashiro. In fact, she didn't need any verbal guidance or spiritual encouragement. As long as you could give her a hug that she could rely on and the right to cry, then women would be so simple. When Mashiro was done crying, she left Nangong's embrace with red and swollen eyes. Although Mashiro didn't say anything, Nangongja could feel that Mashiro's state was much better than before. I'm going to find little Linger and row her. Mashiro seemed to feel embarrassed for being in Nangong's embrace. She wiped her eyes and wanted to leave for a while to adjust her emotions. Nangongja took off his unfinished clothes and put on his tattered robe. He said to Mashiro, Okay, you can stay here and tidy up. I'll go find Ruru and the others." Before Mashiro could respond, Nangongja had already disappeared. Mashiro took a few steps forward and picked up Nangongja's unfinished clothes. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Little Linger had Nangongja's imprint on her, so it wasn't difficult to find her. Nangongja quickly sensed and headed towards Nangong's direction. "Oh, I'm Lionheart King Arthur. You can't treat me like a dog." Before he arrived, Nangongja heard Arthur Jr.'s voice. Back then, in order to get Xiaolinger to take the initiative to go to the Lion Clan's alternate space, Nangongja had ruthlessly sold off the little lion. Who would have thought that little Arthur would still be treated like a puppy? Really, Nangongja could only light a candle for Arthur in his heart. "Arthur, what do you think this is?" Xiaolinger's voice sounded. Nangongja was already close to them, so he could vaguely see Xiaolinger's figure. Little Linger didn't seem to care about the lion's protest. She smiled and waved something in her hand. If Nangongja wasn't wrong, that was a bone. It must be a piece of bone. Arthur seemed to be attracted by the bone in Little Linger's hand. He stared at the bone in Little Linger's hand and even swallowed his saliva. "Please, you're a lion, a lion. Why do you look like you can't walk when you see a bone? You're being treated like a dog. Do you have any complaints? Isn't this all your own fault?" Little Linger threw the bone in her hand, and Arthur chased after her excitedly. Nangongja increased his speed and arrived beside Little Linger. Little Linger was curious about who came to her side. When she saw that it was Nangongja, she hugged Nangongja happily. Brother Nangong, you're back. Little Linger missed you so much." Nangongja looked at Little Linger and smiled. Then he asked Little Linger, "Is Little Linger happy here?" Originally, Xiaolinger was a little bored, but these days Little Doggy has been playing with me very happily. Then, there's a big black doggy that teaches Xiaolinger cultivation, so I'm very happy saying this. Xiaolinger rubbed her little head against Nangongja's chest and said very comfortably, "But I'm still the happiest when you're here." Nangongja was amused by Little Linger's words. "A big black dog? Isn't that Liang? Did all the lions really turn into poodles?" "Little Linger, where did Sister Rower go?" Little Linger tilted her head and seemed to be thinking. Then she said to Nangongja, after the fierce-looking uncle and the gentle aunt's injuries were almost healed, they moved out and built a small house for themselves. They lived there with the elder sister called Little Lily. Sister Rower went to deliver some daily necessities to them. She asked Little Linger to stay here and play with Little Linger. She said she would be back soon. "Oh, well, I'm not a dog." Little Arthur barked from afar and denied Little Linger's title. However, Nangongja found it strange no matter how he looked at it. "Could you please take out the bone in your mouth before denying it? You're not convincing at all like this, hey?" Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto have recovered from their injuries, and they even brought Yuri Koyuri with them. Actually, this was good. Nangongja didn't want to have too much to do with the Uchiha clan. This was because the members of this clan had their own axes. If it wasn't for the deal he had with Itachi Uchiha to fight against the Danzo, Nangongja wouldn't have anything to do with this clan. "Brother?" Nangong's figure appeared from afar. As expected, it was his sister. She could recognize Nangongja from so far away. "Yes, I'm back." It was a simple conversation, but it made Nangongja feel at ease. Previously, when he saw the action record scroll, he felt uneasy, but now he calmed down. Fortunately, there is a poodle here. Otherwise, I would be worried about Little Linger playing here alone. "So Little Arthur is also a Pekingese dog to you?" My sister Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. After all, it was related to his deal with Itachi. Nangongja still had to ask about the situation of Uchiha Fugaku and his wife. Their injuries are no longer a problem. These days, the two of them seem to have gotten rid of the shadow of their clan's extermination. Their lives here are quite comfortable. Nangong thought for a while and said to Nangong, "They got rid of it?" Sigh. The hatred of their clan's extermination. How can it be so easy to get rid of it? Nangongja muttered. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener understood. Nangong's gaze slowly became strange. During this period of time, Nangong felt that her brothers seemed to have discovered something. Previously, when the two of them quarreled, Nangongja went out and met Mishiro. The conflict between the two of them was so unreasonable. After these days of thinking, Nangong felt that Nangongja must have touched on the truth that she and her grandfather wanted to hide. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tell Nangongja about it. Chapter 182. Looking at Nangongja's figure sleeping soundly on a simple bamboo bed, Nangong could not help but smile. When Nangongja brought her and little Linger back to this simple courtyard, he clearly said that he was not tired at all, but he actually fell asleep as soon as he sat on the bed. Her brother could also be said to be a very powerful existence. She reached out her small hand and fiddled with Nangongja's scattered hair on his forehead as she looked at her brother's face. Nangong could not help but feel a little distressed because although Nangongja was sleeping soundly at this moment, the tiredness on his face could not be concealed. It's really, brother has suffered. For the sake of our livelihood and future, you have to run around everywhere. She gently supported Nangongja and wanted to take off Nangongja's jacket so that her brother could sleep more comfortably. Just as she took off Nangongja's jacket a little, a scroll popped out from Nangongja's chest. Nangong was very surprised that her brother would carry a scroll with him. After all, her brother was a person who did not like to read. She picked up the scroll and held it in her hand as she carefully looked at it. However, at the two ends of the scroll in the middle, there was an imprint that made Nangong stare straight at it. It was a long sword, and then there was the outline of a piece of clothing behind it. The imprint was blood red, and it was the imprint of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Why is my brother connected to this organization? Nangong looked at the words "Action Record" written on the cover of the scroll and could not help but reach out her hand, wanting to open the scroll to see what was inside. This organization must not be ignored. This scroll mostly recorded some personnel movements of the Blood Garment Pavilion, from killing people to escorting people. As long as it was related to the operation, it was recorded. Nangong read faster and faster. It was as if she was reading 10 lines at a glance. However, Nangong soon stopped reading quickly. She should have found what she was looking for. Her eyes stared at every word on the scroll, and from time to time, she would spit out some intermittent words from her mouth. Chasing the murderer, slaughtering the village. No results. Qian. When she read the last word, Scarlet Flame, Nangong gritted her teeth as if she had seen something that hurt her the most. It's really the Blood Garment Pavilion. It's really Qian. Grandfather's speculation was right. Although they were all ninjas, the leader was not a ninja. Instead, it was a cultivator who cultivated internal strength like us. Was it just for the Calamity sword? As she spoke, Nangong looked at the sword that Nangongja put on the table, the Calamity sword. Originally, Nangong was taking off Nangongja's coat. She had only taken off half of it when she saw the scroll. Thus, she forgot that her brother was still in an extremely uncomfortable position. No matter how tired Nangongja was, he could not sleep at this moment. He could only let out 2 coughs instinctively, allowing Nangong to leave her world. Ruru, is there a problem with this scroll? Seeing that his sister's state was obviously not right, Nangongja asked. Brother, where did you get this scroll? Nangong did not answer Nangongja's question, but instead asked Nangongja, "Oh, right. I was afraid that you would be worried before, so I didn't tell you." This time, I went to the ninja world to subdue the legacy of the master of the Calamity Sword, the Banishment Senpai, an organization called the Blood Garment Pavilion. Now, I am the head of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Nangongja only spoke halfway, but Nangong Ro stared at him. Nangong Ro's tone was even more strange as she said to Nangongja, "The scroll? Where did you get it?" Although Nangongja did not understand what happened to his sister, he still said truthfully, "I was recognized as the head, but I still needed to go through some ceremonies." So the altar lords of the Bloodcloth Pavilion looked for some information about the Bloodcloth Pavilion. But at that time, the Bloodcloth Pavilion's 5 elemental altars Jade Water altar lords secretly put this scroll in my hands. What's wrong with this scroll? Because Bai Shui's behavior at that time was really strange. Nangongja couldn't help but think of the time when Bai Shui quietly put this scroll in his hands. Although her face was very calm, her eyes were full of playfulness. It was precisely because of this strange playfulness that Nangongja didn't immediately open the scroll after obtaining it. Instead, he kept the scroll in his bosom and went to the Lion Clan's alternate space to find the 3 girls and report his safety. "Brother, you already know, right?" Instead of continuing the topic of the scroll, Nangong Ro suddenly asked such a question. Although Nangongja's face was calm, his heart was already set off a huge wave. "No? No what? Is it about the scroll, or about... I don't know what you're talking about." "No what? Ruru, is there something you're hiding from your brother?" Nangongja didn't know why he said such a thing, but Nangongja instinctively wanted to avoid this topic. In the Water Dragon Arch, after the truth was exposed, Nangong Ro's appearance was so clear in Nangongja's mind. Nangongja was very afraid that everything would become the same as in the illusion. "Brother, you're not the only one who knows how strong Grandpa's seal is. I know it very well, too. Even though Grandpa sacrificed his life, at that time, he was already close to the end of his life. A seal is, after all, a dead thing. It can work for a while, but it doesn't mean it can work for a lifetime, right?" Nangong Ro knew very well that at this time, her brother's strength had far surpassed her grandpa's peak strength. With such strength, he also had outstanding mental strength. The seal was a container. Although it was big, it had a limit. In addition to her brother's strange behavior a long time ago, Nangong Ro felt that it would be an insult to her intelligence if she still couldn't find out anything. Nangongja's eyes turned to the side. He didn't even dare to look at his sister's face. "Sure enough, you already know." Nangong Ro looked like she was in pain as she pressed her head. "If this scroll didn't appear, I definitely wouldn't talk about this with you. But since this scroll is in front of us, even if it may affect our relationship, you should know about it." Chapter 183. Ro, you. In fact, the two of them were very clear about the secrets between them, but neither of them really revealed the secrets. Because there were some things that they should be honest with each other, but they were still unwilling to say it out loud. In fact, the brother and sister were both entangled, both were nervous, and both were escaping. But now, because of a scroll, Nangong Ro forcibly revealed the secrets that both of them were hiding. Just how important was this scroll? If possible, I also want to live like this with my brother forever. But now that this scroll is in front of me, I can't go against my conscience and continue to hide it from my brother. Nangong Ro said, but her eyes couldn't help but be covered with a layer of mist. Obviously, Nangong Ro's heart was also burning with anxiety. "Brother, do you still remember your childhood?" Nangongja knew that there was no way for him to escape as usual. Since Nangong Ro put these things out in the open, Nangongja naturally could only directly say it. "When I was young, I lived in a small mountain village. Everything was very peaceful, but in my memory, there is a missing. Without me, your sister and the grandfather that I mentioned, right?" Nangongja spoke halfway. Nangong Ro finished Nangongja's words. Nangongja shook his head, as if his heart was uncomfortable, but he still nodded. "That's right, there is no memory of you and that grandfather in my memory. Even my name is not Nangongja now." Nangongja paused and continued. But one day, a group of ninjas suddenly came out of nowhere. They broke into the small mountain village that I lived in since childhood and began to kill without restraint. They could spit fire from their mouths, and they could make the earth collapse. At that time, I was young, and I didn't know who they were, but now I am very familiar with them. They are the most powerful people in this world. Ninjas. My memory is very vague, but I still remember that I was stuffed into a relatively secret cellar by my mother. I don't know how long it took, but the cellar collapsed. I was buried inside, and the will to survive made me dig a cave to the surface. But my body was also seriously injured because of the collapse of the cellar and various other reasons. I kept walking away from the village with my will, and then I fainted because of my injuries. But I faintly saw two people, Xianxia said, and looked at Ro. You met me and my grandfather. At that time, your injuries were very serious. In order to save you and allow me to survive in this shinobi world, Grandpa used his own life to seal your memory. He transferred his internal energy to your body and left you this Heaven's Retribution Sword. Ro glanced at the Heaven's Retribution Sword and said along with Xia's words, Oni-san, have you tried to find out who destroyed your village and destroyed your peaceful life? Xianxia shook his head. My memory is very vague, and those ninjas who attacked my village didn't have any marks on their bodies that could identify their identity. Even if it was ninjutsu, it was some of the most widely spread ninjutsu in the world of ninja. Although I also want to investigate where these people are, there's no clue at all. Ro looked at her brother, and it seemed that there was some struggle in her eyes. With Oni-san's intelligence, you should have already guessed that these ninjas came to the small village that Oni-san lived in order to hunt me and my grandfather, right? Xianxia nodded. Indeed, Xia's village was very ordinary. There was nothing that could make the ninjas who stood at the top of the ninja world to come here and kill people. They are here to snatch this Heaven's Retribution Sword. Ro looked at the Heaven's Retribution Sword, and her voice became a little hoarse. Obviously, she was suppressing her excitement. Heaven's Retribution Sword? Although the Heaven's Retribution Sword is indeed a divine weapon, it doesn't have any significant effect on ninjas. It's not a weapon that can enhance chakra, so it's impossible for ninjas to fight for it so fiercely. Unless, yes, the ones who really want to fight for this Heaven's Retribution Sword are actually a group of people who cultivate internal energy. And I think Oni-san should already know the various secrets of the Heaven's Retribution Sword, right? Ro looked at her brother. Although it was a question, she was very certain. The creator of the Blood Cloth Pavilion, the legend of internal energy cultivators, the Sword of the Banishment. Yes, it's the Blood Cloth Pavilion. Ro nodded. As a large organization, it has always been jointly led by several altar masters. How many people are willing to share the power in their hands with others? Every generation of 5 elemental sanctums, Sanctum Master, wanted to become the true leader of the Blood Garment Pavilion. They want to make the Blood Cloth Pavilion their own say. But no one has succeeded in becoming the head of the Blood Cloth Pavilion. Yes, there's always been no one. So many people cast their eyes on the Heaven's Retribution Sword, which is said to be the symbol of succession. Ro said the truth clearly. We're ninjas. They are powerful mercenaries. As long as you have money, they don't mind killing people for you and robbing things for you. Killing people? Slaughtering villages? That wasn't a difficult thing to do. Those ninjas were all hired by the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Xia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He thought that the Bloodcloth Pavilion was the legacy left to him by the ancestors of the banishment, but he did not expect that the Bloodcloth Pavilion was also a Yama's invitation to his peaceful life since childhood. In this scroll, there's a record of my transfer and the operation of hiring ninjas. Who was the leader? Xianxia asked anxiously. Qian Altar Master, Qian. Xia's mind suddenly flashed with the image of an extremely rough and reckless man. However, Xianxia thought of another thing. Why did Bai Shui give this record to me? As a large organization, There must be more than one scroll of records of their operations. Yet, Bai Shui had handed this record to me so accurately. Bai Shui is the altar master in charge of intelligence, assassination, and infiltration of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Only the altar master of Bai Shui and the Bloodcloth Pavilion's head can see these records. Why did Bai Shui show this record to me? Chapter 184. Looking at her brother, looking down and pondering, Nangong Ro also felt a little strange for a while. Originally, she thought that after she revealed the things that both of them had been avoiding without any concealment, the relationship between the two of them would definitely change. Even if she didn't say ruthless words like cutting off all ties with him, there would always be something in her heart. But her brother didn't feel anything strange at all, and now he even began to think about deeper things about this scroll. Should Nangong Ro say that he is indeed worthy of being her brother? No matter what Bishui's plan is, at least Bishui told us the truth. Ro, what do you think we should do? Nangong just seemed to have thought about it clearly and intended to put aside the matter of Bishui's secret for the time being. How to deal with the current situation is the most important thing, isn't it? Brother, although the Blood Row Pavilion is not famous in the ninja world, it is undeniable that the Blood Row Pavilion is indeed a powerful force. The 5 altar lords of the Blood Row Pavilion, no matter where in the ninja world, they can easily become a powerful existence. The ninja world has never been a peaceful place. Since there is such a large force in our hands, we naturally can't let it go easily. After taking the action record from Nangong's hand, Nangong Ro shook the scroll and threw it into the air, and with a wave of her small hand, although weaker than Nangong's internal force, it was still very majestic, gushing out from Nangong Ro's hand. In the blink of an eye, the scroll was torn into pieces and drifted in the air. Some things, since we know, should be buried in the bottom of our hearts and slowly weigh the pros and cons. The dead are gone, and we do have the obligation to avenge them, but we also have the premise of ensuring our own lives. Looking at Nangong Ro's inner strength, Nangong Zhe was momentarily stunned. When they were young, Nangong Ro had told him that she didn't have the potential to cultivate internal energy. That was why when Nangong Zhe joined with Leaf, he sent Nangong Ro to Kiba Ninja School. He never thought that his sister would have such strong internal energy. Not to mention how much strength Nangong Ro could exert in a real battle. Just her vigorous internal force was enough to wrestle with a Jonin among the ninjas. Your inner strength. Although Nangong didn't want to ask his sister how she cultivated her internal energy, he couldn't help but ask. One must know that internal energy and chakra were not compatible. Internal energy was cultivated by tapping into one's potential and absorbing the energy in the air. Chakra was cultivated by refining the spiritual energy in one's body and the body's potential. Although there was a slight connection, it was impossible to cultivate them at the same time. If his sister really cultivated internal energy and chakra, then it was no different from planting a bomb in his body that could explode at any time. Brother, I've never cultivated chakra before. Nangong Ro's mouth had a sly smile, like a child who quietly stole a candy, with a bit of innocence and cuteness. Then what's with your medical ninjutsu? Even strong people like 3 generations and Tsunade Heim didn't notice anything strange? Nangong was really puzzled because internal energy and chakra were very easy to distinguish. When he just entered the wood Leaf and fought with Kakashi, he was already discovered by 3 generations. His sister was able to hide her internal energy from people like 3 generations and Tsunade Heim, and even used Chakra's medical ninjutsu. It was like a fantasy story. They didn't notice it. But how did you notice it? Nangong Ro stood on her tiptoes, stretched out a finger, and poked Nangong's forehead, as if she felt that her brother's brain was really not that bright. Nangong just remembered that he didn't notice it at all. Compared to Tsunade Heim and 3 generations, he was the one who spent most of his time with his sister. My physique is quite special. Even if I practice internal energy, as long as I want to, I can hide it in my body. Even if I use internal energy, it won't send out a trace of internal energy fluctuations to the outside world. As for medical ninjutsu, although internal energy and chakra are indeed different, in fact, almost all medical ninjutsu use chakra as an auxiliary means to stimulate the body. Moreover, compared to chakra, which is a relatively violent energy, internal energy is more gentle because it is mixed with the free energy of heaven and earth. Practicing medical ninjutsu is more convenient. Nangong Ro looked at her brother with a smile on her face. If you say so, it's really like that. Nangong just scratched his head a little awkwardly. He almost only practiced internal energy and swordsmanship. After knowing that he couldn't practice chakra, Nangong didn't put much thought into chakra and ninjutsu. Naturally, there was no way for him to know these things. Okay, let's stop talking about internal energy. Let's talk about business. Nangong Ro didn't seem to want to talk too much about her own cultivation. She pulled Nangong back to the topic of how to deal with the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Nangong shook his head. Since his sister didn't want to be entangled with him too much on this topic, Nangong would follow his sister's wishes. After the two of them openly revealed the truth that they had hidden together, whether it was Nangong or Nangong Ro, both of them felt that a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. At this moment, the two of them were very relaxed, and even their thoughts became very smooth. Since we have to control the Blood Cloak Pavilion and get rid of our enemies at the same time, we must not be too hasty. Otherwise, not only will we lose the Blood Cloak Pavilion, but there will also be a lot of unnecessary disputes. Nangong thought carefully and then said, in fact, we don't need to treat the entire Blood Cloak Pavilion as our enemy. Although I only stayed in the Blood Cloak Pavilion for a short period of time, the 5 Altar Masters are not really that united. Since there are people who want to seize the Heaven's Calamity Sword, there will naturally be people who are more loyal to me, the Master of the Heaven's Calamity Sword. What we need to do is actually very simple. Draw in the forces that can be drawn in and separate the forces of our enemies. As long as we have enough strength, we will even have a righteous name. Everything will be easy. Taking in the Blood Cloak Pavilion and getting rid of our enemies might be complementary things. Chapter 185. Brother Nangong, Sister Rower. Sister Mashiro has already finished cooking. If you don't go now, Little Linger will finish it all, just as Nangong and Nangong Ro were about to continue discussing the various matters regarding the Blood Clothing Pavilion. Little Linger's small head poked out from the crack in the door. Her expression was somewhat unbearable, as if she really wanted to eat. Seeing Little Linger's delicate appearance, Nangong and Nangong Ro looked at each other and smiled. The two of them were scheming back and forth, but this Little Linger became like this because of a meal. It was truly laughable. Nangong walked to Little Linger's side, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled Little Linger's chubby face, and said to Little Linger with a bit of banter, "Then we'll be in trouble. Once little gluttonous kitten opens her mouth, there will be nothing left for us to eat." Then Nangong looked back at Nangong Ro and said with a smile, "Let's go eat." Seeing that Little Linger is starving, we can slowly think of a countermeasure. If Little Linger is starving, then we'll really be sinful. Nangong Ro also smiled, nodded, and walked to Nangong's side. "Humph, Brother Nangong is bad. He said Little Linger is a little gluttonous kitten. You two were clearly in the room, so why did you keep chatting like this?" Sister Mashiro insisted on waiting for the two of you to arrive before we can eat. Little Linger was already starving, so she came to call you. Little Linger pouted her little mouth, as if she was very dissatisfied with Nangong, calling her a little greedy cat. She complained about Nangong and his sister. Okay. It's Brother Nangong's fault. Brother Nangong shouldn't have called Little Linger a little greedy cat. It's Brother Nangong's fault. Nangong squatted down so that he could look into Little Linger's eyes. Then, he admitted defeat to Little Linger. That's how it is. How can Little Linger be a greedy little kitten? Before Little Linger could finish her words, Nangong had already walked past Little Linger and out of the door, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. Yes. Isn't that so? Little Linger has never been a greedy little kitten. She's clearly a big, greedy kitten. Brother Nangong, stop right there. After hearing Nangong Zhe's words, Little Linger ran towards Nangong Zhe with her pair of short legs. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, obviously wanting to make her brother Nangong suffer and force him to change his words. Brother, you're already an adult, but you're still acting like a child. Looking at Little Linger playing with Nangong Zhe and Little Linger who was choked by Nangong Zhe, Nangong Ro laughed very happily. There was not a trace of the calm and serious appearance that she had when she was explaining the truth and discussing strategies with Nangong Zhe. A smile bloomed on her face, as if warm sunlight suddenly fell on a snowy mountain that never melted all year round, and the ice and snow silently melted just like that. Her brother was still her brother after all. Time passed quickly, and Nangong Zhe had already been in the Lion Tribe's alternate dimension for nearly a month. Nangong Zhe estimated that many of the middle-level and high-level cadres of the Blood Cloak Pavilion should have already arrived, so he left the Lion Tribe's alternate dimension under the gazes of the three girls. This time, when everything was settled, Nangong Zhe would definitely bring his sister, Mashiro, and Little Linger out of the Lion Tribe's alternate dimension. Nangong Zhe did not have the heart to let them stay in the Lion Tribe's alternate dimension without any trace of human habitation. Looking at the symbol of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, the Senior Banishment's blood cloak, Nangong Zhe picked it up and held it in his arm. He then pushed open the door of the chief's office and walked out. After taking a few steps, Nangong Zhe had already met Elder Qing Mu, the Altar Master of the Greenwood Altar, who was in charge of logistics. Chief, when he saw Nangong Zhe, Qing Mu solemnly bowed to Nangong Zhe. Altar Master Qing Mu, there's no need to be so formal. After all, I haven't officially completed the ceremony to succeed the chief of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, so it's better not to be so formal. Nangong Zhe looked at Qing Mu and smiled very gently. It's just a ceremony. Chief, it's only a matter of time before you become the leader of the Blood Cloak Pavilion. Since that's the case, there's no need to be so formal. Qing Mu didn't listen to Nangong Zhe's words. He was still very strict with his etiquette. Nangong Zhe did not want to be too entangled with Qing Mu on such trivial matters. Since Qing Mu insisted on bowing, Nangong Zhe did not need to stop him. How's the preparation for the ceremony going? Nangong Zhe asked the question he was most concerned about. The preparation work is basically completed. All the middle-level and high-level cadres have also gathered. If there are no accidents, the ceremony will be held tomorrow. Qing Mu naturally did not need to hide such a serious matter, so he truthfully reported to Nangong Zhe. Thank you for your hard work, Altar Master Qing Mu. The ceremony is very important. Please take care of it, Altar Master Qing Mu. Nangong Zhe bowed slightly to Qing Mu. There's no need for that, Chief. This is what I should do. Qing Mu slightly pushed aside, and a disciple in Qing Mu's uniform came to his side. He whispered a few words in Qing Mu's ear and turned to leave. Chief, I still have many trivial matters to attend to. If you don't mind, could you? Of course. I just saw Altar Master Qing Mu and went to disturb you for a moment. Since you have important matters to attend to, I'll naturally prioritize them. Nangong Zhe said with a smile. Thank you for your understanding, Chief. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead, Altar Master Qing Mu. The conversation between the two ended. Qing Mu also turned and left, leaving Nangong Zhe standing in the same place. His eyes were empty, and there were many thoughts running through his mind. Among the 5 elements Altar Masters, Altar Master Qing Mu was the oldest. He wondered what his position was in the various matters. Although the conversation earlier was very casual, Nangong Zhe still felt that even Old Man Qing Mu, who was the closest to him, was not willing to become someone else's subordinate. There was still a long way to go before he could subdue the Blood Garment Pavilion. Moreover, one of the Altar Masters had a grudge against Nangong Zhe, as expected of the Blood Garment Pavilion Altar Masters who stood out among countless people. None of the 5 Blood Garment Pavilion Altar Masters were easy to deal with. Is Qi Yan really my enemy? Did Bai Shui really just give me a piece of information? Nangong Zhe still needed to investigate everything. When he thought of this, Nangongja instantly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 186. Time always passed very quickly, not to mention that it was only a day. When Nangongja woke up from his bed, the morning sun was already shining through the window. After washing up and putting on his clothes, Nangongja opened the door to his room. The headquarters of the Blood Garment Pavilion was located on top of a mountain. Coupled with the fact that it was surrounded by woods, the weather was even colder. A few wisps of white mist lingered in the tall attic that had not been dispersed by the sun, making everything look peaceful and comfortable. On the contrary, many of the disciples of the Greenwood altar of the Blood Garment Pavilion were extremely busy. Some were busy sweeping the floor, some were carrying food to some unknown place, and of course, most of them were hanging decorations everywhere. Whether it was the hedge or the lawn, they all looked like they had been meticulously built. Your Excellency, Nangongja was lost in thought as he watched the busy disciples. Suddenly, a person bent over to Nangongja's side and called out to Nangongja. When Nangongja turned around, he saw a familiar face. "Oh, it's you." The person who called out to Nangongja was the waiter who had been with old man Qingmu in the tavern. "Altar leader Qingmu asked me to guard your room. If you wake up, I'll come to your side and be your guide." "Thank you, Altar leader Qingmu. There are still many roads in the Blood Garment Pavilion that I don't know. If you can be my guide, it'll naturally save me a lot of trouble." Nangongja smiled. Obviously, he felt that it was not bad to have such an acquaintance guide him. "In that case, please follow me. Don't forget to bring the symbol of the Blood Garment Pavilion, the Blood Garment. We'll have to use this dress for the succession ceremony later." The waiter looked around Nangongja and realized that Nangongja did not bring the blood garment. So he reminded him, "Thank you for reminding me. I really didn't bring my bloody clothes with me." Nangongja patted his head as if he had forgotten about this matter. He quickly ran to his room and picked up the neatly folded bloody clothes. At this time, the servant also handed over a small box with exquisite workmanship. The blood robe is the symbol of our blood robe pavilion after all. It's really inappropriate for it to be in our hands. If you don't mind, why don't you put the bloody clothes on the box in my hand for now?" The manservant's words were actually somewhat reasonable. The blood garment was the symbol of the Blood Garment Pavilion. It would not be good for the Blood Garment Pavilion to hold it in their hands. "There's no need for the box." Nangongja looked into the servant's eyes and said with a smile, "This blood-red robe is a remnant of senior banishment. Since it has chosen me, there is no need for it to return to the box." Although the servant was slightly surprised by Nangongja's words, he did not say much. His eyes were very calm as he put away the wooden box in his hand. Without waiting for the servant to continue speaking, Nangongja turned over the bloody clothes in his hand and directly put it on his body. "Let's go." Looking at the servant, Nangongja suddenly said such a sentence. Then, without paying attention to the servant's reaction, he took the lead and walked away. "Oh, isn't that the bloody clothes enshrined in the main hall? Is this the new head of our Blood Garment Pavilion? He looks so young." "Don't talk nonsense. Don't look at his young age. He is very famous in the ninja world. Some people call him Yama. How much strength can such a kid have? I don't know if he used the Heaven's Disaster Sword in his hand to force several altar lords to sit on the throne." Silence. This person is not to be trifled with. I heard that the reason why he was able to become the head is that he passed the Dragon Transformation Road by himself. Dragon Transformation Road? That's the Dragon Transformation Road. That's really amazing. I didn't expect that someone could pass such a difficult trial. Along the way, many disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion saw Nangongja. The Heaven's Disaster Sword in his hand and the bloody clothes on his body were really difficult to not recognize. Although they have deliberately lowered their voices, with Nangongja's keen five senses, it was not difficult to hear what they were saying. "Your Excellency, please forgive us. These disciples stay in the mountains all year round and don't have much experience. Please don't be angry with them because of these things." Before Nangongja said anything, the servant next to Aoki defended these disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Waving his hand, Nangongja felt that there was nothing to be angry about. It doesn't matter. People are curious. The Blood Garment Pavilion has been in seclusion for a long time. When they see a strange face like me, they will naturally have some feelings in their hearts. As long as the time is right, these things will naturally be solved. Nangongja looked at the servant. At this moment, he did not have the so-called sharpness of a swordsman at all. Instead, he was as gentle as jade and had the demeanor of a gentleman. Then I'll thank you on behalf of these disciples. The servant bowed slightly and then continued to lead Nangongja forward. Nangongja looked at the direction they were heading. It was the symbolic building of the Blood Garment Pavilion, where he had passed the Dragon Transformation Road and obtained the bloody clothes. The Blood Garment Pavilion. So, we're going to hold the succession ceremony here? Nangongja pointed at the many beautiful flags with the Blood Garment Pavilion's logo hanging on the window frame and a huge round platform in front of the Blood Garment Pavilion that did not originally exist. Yes, the 5 altar masters are already here. Your Excellency, you can go and find them. I'll take my leave for now. After the servant bowed to Nangongja, he turned around and left. However, for some reason, Nangongja looked at the huge platform in front of the Blood Garment Pavilion and felt a little uneasy and nervous. How many years had it been since Nangongja felt this way? Today's schedule was quite tight, so Nangongja did not have the time to think so much. Therefore, he lifted his foot and walked into the Blood Garment Pavilion's attic. The 5 altar masters were sitting together and seemed to be discussing something. After Nangongja walked over, the 5 altar masters naturally noticed Nangongja's arrival. They all stood up and bowed to Nangongja. What are you guys discussing? Nangongja was slightly curious. We're actually discussing the speech you should give when you succeed as the head. We already have a draft. If Your Excellency thinks it's suitable, we can pass this speech. As he spoke, Hotu handed a stack of papers to Nangongja. Chapter 187. Nangongja looked at the thick script and didn't say anything. He just slowly flipped through it. The altar masters didn't say anything. They were waiting for Nangongja to finish reading the draft and see if he had any comments. It didn't take long for Nangongja to finish reading the script in his hand, but his expression was indescribably strange. Although the script wasn't bad, it was long-winded, and there were many meaningless words that were repeatedly piled up. Nangongja really didn't know what to say. This script. Nangongja handed the thick script in his hand back to Hotu. Although there's no problem, it's a bit too cumbersome, Nangongja said, but he also remembered the time when he was still in Konoha. Every time he gave a speech to Hokage-sama, and then he thought about the state he was in every time he listened to Hokage-sama's speech. He couldn't help but feel conflicted about this tedious speech. You see, I'm just saying the long-winded script is definitely unbearable for the head seat. You all just don't listen. You all insist that this is the only way to highlight the prestige of the head seat. Hearing Nangongja's words, Akame immediately came out and said anxiously, looking at Akame's rough appearance, Nangongja really couldn't connect such a person with the image of hiring ninjas to kill a village and snatch the Heaven's Calamity Sword. Is there something else hidden, or is this a careful disguise? Nangongja couldn't tell at the moment. Maybe more time is needed to test it. I wonder what the head seat thinks. Hotu, who has always been steady, also asked. This succession ceremony is actually equivalent to letting the members of the Bloodcloth Pavilion know me as the new head seat, so there's no practical significance in saying so many flowery words. I also have some scripts in my mind. If you don't mind, I'll go on stage myself. Nangongja said his opinion one by one. Head seat. Although the succession ceremony is an internal event, it is also extremely important. It's not that I don't believe you, but there should be no loopholes in the speech. Aoki suddenly said, Of course, I will definitely not let you down. The Bloodcloth Pavilion is not only your Bloodcloth Pavilion, but also mine, Nangongja's Bloodcloth Pavilion. Hearing Nangongja say this, the altar masters had nothing to say. They all saluted Nangongja, then went out one by one to supervise the layout of the venue. Only Nangongja remained. watching the Blood Garment Pavilion's disciples busying themselves with the ceremony. No one knew what he was thinking. Not long after that, it was already late. The Blood's Pavilion assessed. Nangongzhi didn't show up. He just stayed inside the attic. Many people took their seats, and the 5 altar masters of the 5 elements altar were already standing on the round platform that Nangongzhi had been looking at for a long time. The oldest, Aoki, took a step forward, then gathered his internal strength and spoke. "Thank you for putting down your many things and coming to the headquarters of the Bloodcloth Pavilion." Aoki's slightly old voice became extremely loud under the influence of his internal strength. Even Nangongzhi, who was inside the attic, could hear it clearly. "My Bloodcloth Pavilion has always existed as a hidden force in the ninja world. We have never fought for hegemony or bullied the weak. We are just like the beginning, an organization established by a group of internal strength cultivators for self-protection. All our actions are carried out for self-protection. This has always been our purpose. However, the Bloodcloth Pavilion has always been incomplete. After the death of Banishment Senpai, the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion has been vacant. Banishment Senpai left the 9-dragon painting wall for us, and the path of dragonization is the only test to succeed the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. However, none of us unfilial descendants were able to successfully pass through these checkpoints. It really makes one sigh endlessly. However, today is different from the past. In the past, our Bloodcloak Pavilion could live in the isolated world of shinobi and protect ourselves from the flames of war. But now, the ninja world is becoming more and more confusing, and some of the information from Aquamarine Altar is enough to prove that there is an undercurrent in the ninja world. Until 1 month ago, a person came to our Bloodcloth Pavilion with the sword of Banishment Senpai. It was he who passed the path of dragonization with his own strength and got the recognition of the Bloodcloth left by Banishment Senpai. So the 5 of us have gathered all of you here to meet the new head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. After Aoki finished his last sentence, he had already led the 5 altar lords to stand together in 2 rows, and the empty road in the middle was directly facing the door of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. The door, which was still closed, slowly opened at this moment with a somewhat muffled squeak sound. A person was standing inside the door. The figure was slightly thin and wore a blood-red brocade robe. His black hair was soft and low, almost touching his shoulders. He was holding a very simple-looking black sword in his arms. But these couldn't compare to the eyes of the person. A pair of starry eyes and sharp eyebrows seemed to have endless wisdom and calmness. This person was Nangongzhi, who was known as Yama, and was about to become the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. There was no applause, no cheers, just the sight of Nangongzhi. Silence, but also with an inexplicable power. Stomp! Nangongzhi took a step forward, and the sound of his feet hitting the ground was so clear as though it was ringing in everyone's ears. Without stopping, Nangongzhi's footsteps did not stop. As the sound of his feet hitting the ground resounded, Nangongzhi began to release waves of pressure from his body. In the beginning, the pressure was very weak, just like an ordinary young man who had just cultivated for a few years. However, this pressure wasn't constant. Instead, it was constantly increasing in strength. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nangongzhi was getting closer to the huge round platform, and the pressure on his body was getting stronger. Gradually, some of the ordinary disciples from the green would altar could not hold on anymore. Their knees kept shaking as though they would immediately kneel on the ground if there was a little external force. Subsequently, it was not just the ordinary disciples from the Greenwood altar, but the middle-level cadres of the Bloodcloth Pavilion who were weaker below the platform also became like the ordinary disciples. Chapter 188. Step by step, step by step, step by step, Nangongzhi walked onto the huge platform. Other than the 5 altar lords, everyone else seemed to be suppressed by Nangongzhi's power to the point that they could not breathe. The Blood Garment Pavilion was located deep in the mountains, so it was naturally unavoidable for them to hear the chirping of birds and cicadas. However, at this moment, the birds stopped singing, and the insects also stopped making noise. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of their own breathing, their own heartbeat, and the sound of their blood rushing through their veins. Everyone's gaze was focused on this person. It was as if everything was revolving around this person. I am Nangongj's voice rang out, as if he was whispering in everyone's ears. He did not use much strength, but everyone could clearly hear Nangongj's voice. Some of you in the Blood Garment Pavilion may have heard of me, and many of you may not have heard of me. So, I will introduce myself to everyone here. I am Nangongjia. Different people have different names for me. My opponents call me Yama, and my friend call me Hero. However, I know that these are not me. I am only myself, the me who holds a sword and fights to the death with others. However, when I made up my mind to come here and break through the path of dragonization with the sword, I knew that I had obtained another identity. I will be the head of the Blood Garment Pavilion. This identity not only makes me your immediate superior, but also puts a heavy burden on my shoulders. I have also asked myself, can I really bear such a heavy burden? Managing and leading an organization is not a one-on-one fight. There are many problems that I have never faced before. I have to be responsible for the lives of everyone who is willing to join the Blood Garment Pavilion. In my previous life, this was unimaginable. I'm naturally lazy, but for various reasons, I had to come here. In accordance with the wishes of senior banishment, you will be responsible for every life with this heavenly tribulation sword. As Nangongjia spoke, the audience below the stage gradually became enthralled. Unlike countless people who had lofty aspirations, Nangongjia was currently chatting with an ordinary person. She expressed her worries and confusion. Although it wasn't as imposing, it was very sincere. Almost everyone who could become a leader was a smart person. When interacting with others, it was inevitable that one would carefully ponder over the meaning of the other party's words. At this moment, Nangongjia said everything so straightforwardly. Indeed, it was easy for others to hear his thoughts. However, I gradually understood why I repeatedly went against my own will and came here to challenge this dragonization path. Because I need you, just like how you need me. I have experienced the Shinobi World War, and I have seen countless people displaced in the war. They are very similar to the ancestors of the Blood-Robed Pavilion who were oppressed and exploited. Everyone present, I believe that you all think that you have enough strength to protect yourself in the Shinobi world. But is this really the case? I believe that you have already felt the pressure I have imposed on you. This is not to show off. It is to tell you that there is always someone stronger. When you think that your strength is enough, you should know that there are many forces that are beyond your control in this world. Although the Blood-Robed Pavilion is a hidden force, it has never been a hidden force. Countless disciples of the Blood-Robed Pavilion are distributed in many places in the Shinobi world. I believe that you all actually understand that the Shinobi world has become a pool of undercurrents. Unlike the Shinobi World War that started just between ninjas, this disaster has almost enveloped everyone who lives on this land, including you and me. I am the successor of senior banishment, and my relationship with the Blood-Robed Pavilion is extremely deep. I don't wish to use my own strength to threaten all of you and make all of you submit to my rule. In the Shinobi world, there are not many cultivators who practice internal strength. Every person who cultivates internal energy is like a brother or sister to me. This position is not the basis for me to rule you all. It is the guarantee that I can protect everything I want to protect with everyone. Nangongj's words were very straightforward. Everyone below the stage was also listening carefully. Most of the people in the Blood-Robed Pavilion were the orphans of the first batch of internal strength cultivators who were rescued by the banishment. The story of their ancestors was so clear in their minds. Anyone with a normal brain would not like the war that swallowed people's lives. However, Nangongj's words meant that the war was about to come to everyone. At this point, Nangongje suddenly withdrew all of the pressure that he had released. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels directly sat on the ground as their knees went soft. I'm not good at talking. Originally, the 5 altar masters prepared a very thick speech for me. There are many valuable words in it, many words that can prove my authority. However, I don't want to treat you like this. That's all I have to say. If you think that I can protect your lives by being the head of the Blood Robe Pavilion, then I will be. If you think that the Blood Robe Pavilion does not need someone like me, please be honest. Please tell me frankly, I won't stay any longer. After that, Nangongje turned around and left. Only the 5 altar masters, who still looked stupid on the stage, and many middle-level and high-level cadres of the Blood Robe Pavilion were left behind. There were gradually some voices of discussion in the audience. After all, Nangongje's actions were indeed a little too different from ordinary people. I'll go and see her head. I'll have to trouble you to comfort the people in the audience. Clearwater said to the 4 altar masters. Most of the people in the audience were disciples from the Greenwood altar. The rest were disciples from the Red Flame altar, the Sharp Metal altar, and the Thick Earth altar. The people from the Clearwater altar were engaged in some undercover and intelligence missions, so they could not leave at all. Therefore, not many people came. It was indeed the best choice to let the other 4 altar masters comfort the disciples while he went to look for the honest and somewhat willful head. Old Man Qingmu and the other 3 nodded as well. This new head seat originally looked quite steady. Why did he turn a proper succession ceremony into such a mess? It was really puzzling. Chapter 189. Knock Knock. There was a light knock on the door of the Blood Clothing Pavilion's head office where Nangongje was. Bai Shui stood in front of the door, waiting for Nangongje's response. Please come in. Nangongje's lazy voice came from the office. Bai Shui's lips curled into a smile as she opened the door and looked at Nangongje. The blood robe that represented the Blood Robe Pavilion had been casually placed by Nangongje's side, as if he didn't care. You've really created quite a bit of trouble for us, our new Lord Head. Bai Shui's words were somewhat reproachful, as if she was criticizing Nangongje's actions. However, there was still an indescribable smile in her eyes, as if she was very appreciative of Nangongje's actions. Is it very troublesome? If you can't even solve such a small matter, then how did you all become altar masters who are second only to one person and above thousands? Nangongje looked at Bai Shui and said with a hint of ridicule, Of course we can solve such a small problem, but it's really annoying to have such trouble appear out of nowhere. Bai Shui took a few steps forward so that she could lean on Nangongje's desk. Her beautiful figure was displayed in front of Nangongje. Unlike Mashiro and Nangongro, who were still young and tender, Bai Shui was simply like the most delicate flower, displaying her beauty. Bai Shui's face was almost pressed against Nangongje's face, her hot breath from her nose and mouth hitting Nangongje's face. The head speech just now was indeed a good speech in a certain sense. It's simply like a challenge letter with the fiercest words. It's just short of pointing at our noses and cursing the disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion as trash. Unable to ensure your own safety, we are waiting for a lazy person like you to come and save us from the fire and water. You are really arrogant, our Lord Head. Nangongje moved his head back, as if he didn't want to maintain such a position that could easily be misunderstood by others. He said indifferently, I don't think it's nonsense. I don't think I'm spouting nonsense. The relationship between me and the Blood Garment Pavilion is one of mutual benefit. Indeed, these are all facts. But if you make it so clear, how awkward will it be? Bai Shui reached out her hand and flicked Nangongje's head, as if she was teaching her disobedient little brother. Nangongje didn't know how long it had been since he was treated like this, but after being flicked on the head by Bai Shui, Nangongje didn't feel any resistance. Instead, he felt that Bai Shui's actions were natural. It was really strange. Okay, I won't waste time here with the head. Anyway, with the head's temper, I think he won't listen to my nagging. I'd better go back and appease those disciples who were ridiculed by the head seat together with those fools. Bai Shui said, no longer leaning on Nangong's desk. She waved her hand without looking back and walked out of Nangong's office. Bai Shui, who are you? Nangongja seemed to be asking Bai Shui, but also seemed to be asking himself. Bai Shui gave Nangongja a very strange feeling. How is our Lord Head? Aoki asked when he saw Bai Shui coming over. Alas, Bai Shui sighed, as if she was very disappointed. He didn't regret it at all. Was our decision to let him go on the dragonization path wrong? Aoki seemed to regret letting Nangongja challenge the dragonization path and giving Nangongja the opportunity to become the head of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what he said. We do need his help to really set foot in the ninja world. His reputation, his strength is what we need. Although his actions today were reckless, it isn't bad news for us. The Bloodcloth Pavilion has been under the management of the 5 Altar Lords. Even in the early days of its establishment, the Banishment Elders didn't want to reach their hands into the power of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Since Nangongja has disappointed us so much, then we will treat him as a clay statue. We will just treat him well. Bai Shui didn't seem to mind that Nangongja didn't know how to manage the Bloodcloth Pavilion. On the contrary, she was somewhat glad that Nangongja didn't know how to manage the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Bai Shui is right. That boy named Nangongja doesn't seem so reliable. Since he is willing to lose such an opportunity to win over so many disciples of the Blood Garment Pavilion, then we don't mind making him a mere figurehead. Let him stay here obediently. Akame was the first to jump out and agree with Bai Shui's point of view. She looked at Bai Shui with a pair of eyes full of a kind of flattery. That's the only way. Since he is so useless, he can't blame us for treating him like this. Aoki shook his head, as if he was very disappointed. He no longer discussed with the other Altar Lords and turned to appease the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Seeing Aoki leave, whether it was Rui Jin or Ho Tu, in fact, tacitly agreed to Nangongja's attitude, so the remaining 4 Altar Lords also left. At this moment, no one knew what the 5 Altar Lords were thinking in their hearts. However, the decision to make Nangongja figurehead was definitely going to be fulfilled. Nangongja's office was at the top of the symbolic tall building of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Through the window, not only could one see the grief and indignation of the ordinary disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, but one could also see the scene when the 5 Altar Lords had gathered together to discuss their attitude towards Nangongja. This opening is really just right. The Bloodcloth Pavilion is indeed very important to me, but I have an almost perfect escape route in the Lion Clan's alternate space. As long as I am willing, no matter what, I can guarantee the safety of Mishiro and the others. To me, the Bloodcloth Pavilion is just a chess piece. I hope the plan that Ruru and I have discussed for so long can be implemented smoothly. When the time comes, whether it is the Bloodcloth Pavilion or my enemy, they will all obediently fall into my hands. The so-called declaration of war and the attitude of the 5 Altar Lords towards Nangongja in the future were actually all under Nangongja's control. If you want to take, you must first give. Instead of pointlessly clashing head-on with the 5 Altar Masters who held great power in their hands, he might as well play dumb and wait for the right time to take everything into his hands. Chapter 190. A crisp sound came from the window of Nangongja's room. At the same time, there was the sound of glass shattering. Nangongja, what right do you have to succeed the position of the head of the Blood Garment Pavilion? You were just lucky enough to pass the path of dragon transformation. To have the opportunity to become the head of the Blood Garment Pavilion is already a blessing that you have cultivated for many lifetimes. You actually dared to belittle the Blood Garment Pavilion in public, as if you were very unwilling to become our head. Why don't you come out and face your death? A voice came from the broken window. The voice was filled with grief and anger, as if the thing that he cherished the most had been belittled and insulted. This was the norm for the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Almost all of the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion were the earliest disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Their lives began in the Bloodcloth Pavilion. They grew up in the Bloodcloth Pavilion, became strong in the Bloodcloth Pavilion, and cultivated their own temperament and pride in the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Nangong's ridiculing speech was like a LV Max. He slammed the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion to the ground and even stepped on them a few times. Nangongja even felt that this group of people had come a little late. It seemed that the appeasement of the 5 altar masters had a little effect. Looking at the angry disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion standing at the entrance of the courtyard where he lived, and a few of them seemed to have responded to his call to follow behind the disciple, Nangongja could not help but feel a little funny. Although these people were about the same age as him, and might even be a little older, they did not seem to have much experience in dealing with people. She didn't know who instigated it, but she stupidly became a target that pushed her and ruined her reputation. Nangongja raised his Heaven's Disaster Sword and put the Bloodcloth Pavilion on his shoulders. Then, he jumped out of the broken window. Originally, when the disciples of the Bloodcloak Pavilion smashed the windows of Nangongja's residence, they were secretly delighted that their prank had succeeded. They were also relieved that Nangongja had not come out to look for them. After all, the pressure that Nangongja released during the enthronement ceremony was something that everyone could feel. How could such a person be defeated by his disciples? Therefore, when Nangongja jumped out of the broken window and stood in front of them, Nangongja was stunned. The few of them couldn't help but follow the instinctive actions of their bodies and take a step back. Nangongja noticed their actions. Nangongja couldn't help but sneer at them. He placed the Heavenly Calamity sword on the ground and placed his arms on the hilt. His eyes looked down at the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion with a hint of mockery and coldness in his eyes. "Weren't you very fierce just now? She smashed my window, and she's still making a ruckus downstairs. Why did you take a few steps back when you saw me?" When the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion heard Nangongja's mocking voice, they couldn't help but blush. Under the gaze of the others, the disciple who took the lead could only try to overcome his fear. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Nangongja. Did I say anything wrong? Although our Bloodcloth Pavilion's reputation is not well known, since you're here, you should know how powerful the Bloodcloth Pavilion is. This is the place where I was born and raised. Every word you said was an insult to the Bloodcloth Pavilion. Although I know I can't beat you, even if I have to risk my life, I will make you apologize for insulting the Bloodcloth Pavilion. The words stuttered out of the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciple's mouth. If it was just based on what he said, perhaps many people would give him a thumbs up and praise him by saying, "What a little hero who doesn't fear power." However, when they looked at the little hero's trembling legs and fluttering eyes, were these words really what the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciple wanted to say? If so, it would really be a disgrace to the little hero's name. Boy, wanting to show off is a bad habit of every young person. This is nothing. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? However, to be used by others like a fool, are you really prepared to anger the strong? Nangongja's face no longer had the mocking expression from before. Instead, there was a trace of seriousness. Such a serious attitude made the disciples of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, who came to provoke Nangongja, even more flustered. Did they really do something wrong? Did they really overestimate their abilities? Was he really prepared to face the wrath of the emperor? These questions lingered in the minds of the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples. Suddenly, Nangongja released his murderous aura. The majestic aura reminded the teenagers of Nangongja's insufferably arrogant attitude when he walked out of the attic. It was like a god patrolling. Don't come over." The leading teenager actually sat down on the ground because of the pressure of the aura. Almost in an instant, his face was full of tears and snot. He kicked his legs that had become somewhat weak, only hoping that he could get farther away from Nangongja. Looking back at the Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples who came with him, the teenager was even more afraid when he saw that they had already disappeared. Before coming, the teenager actually knew a lot about Nangongja. This person was a famous butcher in the ninja world. During the Ninja World War, because he killed a lot of people, he was called Yama. Could a small shrimp like him really save his life in the hands of Nangong? He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually stood up and stumbled to run away. Nangongja didn't stop him. In fact, Nangongja deliberately let the teenager stand up by himself. His eyes glanced at a secret place near Nangongja's residence, and Nangongja's voice came. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me directly. Such a small shrimp, although I don't care about his life or death, is really troublesome. Nangongja knew that although he didn't deliberately raise his voice, the people hiding in the dark must be able to hear him clearly. Although he said that it was troublesome, did Nangongja really feel that these things were troublesome? So he let the reckless teenager go? No one knew, and no one cared. Chapter 191. Nangongja was sitting in his office, slowly reading a book that recorded some of the history of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. However, his slightly squinted eyes and long breathing made people feel that he was actually taking a nap. This kind of leisurely time was not as long as Nangongja imagined, because the door of Nangongja's office was violently opened. Nangongja opened his eyes in annoyance and looked at the door lock that was still half hanging on the door. He could not help but light a candle for this devastated door lock in his heart. In front of Nangongja stood a very rough-looking man. It was Qian, the altar master of the Scarlet Flame, altar of the Five Elements, altar of the Bloodcloth Pavilion. This group of little bastards actually dared to find trouble with you in the middle of the night. See if I don't teach them a lesson. We have to spank their asses so that they know what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Before Nangongja could speak, Qian had already spoken first. It seemed that it was because of the group of Bloodcloth Pavilion disciples who smashed the windows of Nangongja's residence last night. Qian, why are you so angry? Calm down, calm down. It's just a group of children fooling around. I didn't even take it to heart, so why are you acting like this? It's just a pity that the door lock of my house has been broken into such a state. Nangongja's words were neither salty nor light, which made Qian a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, looking like a simple and honest person. I was so anxious that I actually broke the door of the head's room. I'll go find someone to fix it. You don't have to worry about it. After saying that, Qian had already walked out of Nangongja's room. Only the somewhat broken door was left, as if it was still complaining about Qian's atrocities. Qian, haha. Nangongja laughed for no reason, not knowing if he was laughing at Qian or someone else. After the young Bloody Garment Pavilion disciple smashed Nangongja's window last night, the 5 altar masters seemed to have strengthened their supervision of the disciples. No one dared to provoke Nangongja again. Just like that, the days passed peacefully. Nangongja also gradually participated in the management of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Although it was said that he was involved in the management, it was actually just Nangongja attending the regular meetings of the altar masters. To the altar masters, it was just another stool at the side of the table. Since the altar masters had already made up their minds to treat Nangongja like a clay statue, they had to act with an attitude that wouldn't affect anything. The meeting was mainly presided over by Old Man Aoki. Perhaps because of his old age, Old Man Aoki spoke like the 3 generations Hokage of Woodleaf. Not only Qian, but even Nangongja was yawning again and again. The Akatsuki organization of the Rain Country has made a commission to our Blood Garment Pavilion. They hope to send a strong person to carry out a mission with them. Qian, Rue-Jin, who are you going to send? Old Man Aoki said to Qian and Rue-Jin. This mission was obviously a bit difficult. Ordinary Blood Garment Pavilion disciples couldn't carry it out, so Old Man Aoki brought it up at the Altar Master meeting. Akatsuki organization? Hearing this name, Nangongja couldn't help but be excited. A long time ago, Nangongja and Jiraiya went to Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 holy lands, for various reasons. At that time, Liang and Toad Sage had a secret talk for a while. At that time, Liang didn't tell Nangongja the reason, but later he revealed a little bit of information to Nangongja. That person called Jiraiya will receive a disciple who will save the shinobi world in the future. that is, the so-called child of prophecy. After Nangongzhi learned about this, he collected a lot of information about Jiraiya. Originally, the relationship between Nangongzhi and Xianxia was not bad. When he was entrusted by the three generations to take care of Xianxia and her son, Nangongzhi also got a lot of information about Jiraiya. One of them was that Jiraiya once received 3 disciples in the Rain Country, and these 3 disciples were the founders of the Akatsuki organization. He heard that one of them was killed by the demigod Hanzo the Salamander. Now it seems that 2 former disciples named Nagato and Konan are leading the Akatsuki organization. What's more, Itachi Uchiha, his ally, joined the organization after leaving the Wood Leaf. This really piqued one's interest. Oh, have you heard of this organization? Aoki saw that Nangongzhi actually blurted out the name of the Akatsuki organization and couldn't help but ask. Indeed, this Akatsuki organization does have a little bit of relationship with me. If you don't mind, let me take care of this Akatsuki organization's commission, right? Nangongzhi stood up and said to the other 5 altar lords. Originally, several altar lords have their own affairs. Such a commission must be carried out by an altar lord, and it won't be mentioned in the altar lords meeting. Since Nangongzhi wants to solve this problem, isn't it just right? No objection. Since the seat lord wants to go, then naturally we will give it to the seat lord. Akam was the first to express her opinion, as if she was worried that Nangongzhi would go back on his words. Since the seat lord wants to go, then naturally there is no problem. With the seat lord's strength, dealing with such a small task is naturally easy. Visui also nodded and said to Nangongzhi in agreement. Although Rue Jin and Ho Tu didn't speak, they also nodded their heads and agreed with Nangongzhi's proposal. Letting Nangongzhi go out for a period of time was naturally good for the altar lords. Although they always wanted to treat Nangongzhi like a clay sculpture, if Nangongzhi's brain cramped and slightly complained about the Bloodcloth Pavilion's disciples, then it really wouldn't be a good thing. If Nangongzhi could stay away from the Bloodcloth Pavilion, then it would be even better. In that case, I will trouble the seat lord with this matter. After this meeting, I will have Bai Shui send the detailed information to Sir Head Seat. Aoki saw that several people didn't have any objection, so he made a conclusion. Then they began to talk about other things, but at this moment, Nangongzhi's mind had drifted to the Rain Country. Akatsuki organization. Although it was inconvenient to communicate with him, Nangongzhi still had some information about this organization. It was really interesting. Chapter 192. A gust of wind blew, bringing up the dust on the ground due to the dryness. Although there wasn't much dust, it still made people squint their eyes slightly. Nangongzhi's body was covered with a white cloak that reached his knees. There was also a hood on the cloak, hiding Nangongzhi's whole body in the cloak. Nangongzhi's disaster sword was on his back, revealing only the dark hilt. At this moment, Nangongzhi was on his way to meet with the members of the Akatsuki. He thought that he would go to the Rain Country to meet with the Akatsuki, but he didn't expect that the Akatsuki's designated meeting place would be the Earth Country. Sure enough, compared to the Fire Country, the Earth Country's climate is a bit harsh, Nangongzhi complained slightly. In fact, the Earth Country is probably better than the Cloud Country, which is located in the highlands and hills, the Wind Country, which is located in the depths of the desert, and the Water Country, which is surrounded by water. However, compared to the Fire Country, which is the most abundant and comfortable of the 5 countries, there is still a fundamental gap. In the final analysis, the other 4 countries coveted the rich resources and fertile land of the Fire Country, causing wars over and over again. The information given by the Akatsuki was also very simple. They just said that they were going to catch a person and meet him in the Earth Country. Who they were going to catch, and what kind of battle plan they had, they didn't disclose any information to the Bloodcloth Pavilion. This shows how careful and cautious the Akatsuki was. Nangongzhi has been away from the Bloodcloth Pavilion headquarters for nearly a week, and Nangongzhi himself was already in the hinterland of the Earth Country. Therefore, Nangongzhi wore clothes that could completely hide him. Nangongzhi's appearance can be said to be preserved in several ninja villages hostile to the Woodleaf village. Although Nangongja wasn't afraid of facing the Awagakure people, after all, he was carrying out a mission on behalf of the Bloodcloth Pavilion, so it was best to avoid trouble. Pulling the hood on his head, Nangongja saw the outline of a town in the distance. It seems like it's here? Yes, this town was the place where Nangongja and the Akatsuki's ninja met. I don't know who will come to carry out the mission with me. It can't be Itachi, right? Nangongja was also very curious. In the end, who in the Akatsuki organization would carry out the mission with him? If it was Itachi, then that would be the best because some things had to be discussed face to face. The town wasn't far from where Nangongja was. Soon, Nangongja arrived at the entrance of the town. After all, this was a time of peace, and there was no huge threat of war between the major ninja villages. It was just an ordinary town, so there was no unusually strict inspection. Nangongja used a little trick to enter the town. Walking in front of a very ordinary-looking house, Nangongja stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at this very ordinary-looking house very seriously. 1, 2, 7, 14. It's really a tight guard. The Akatsuki has a big plan. In the hinterland of the Earth Country, they can still bring so many ninjas and set up so many hidden sentries. Who do they want to catch? Is it possible that they want to catch the granddaughter of that old man Inoki? Yes, Nangongja was observing the layout of the hidden sentries here. Just a rough observation. Nangongja has already found 14 hidden sentries. Among them, the lowest ninja was an elite chunin. If such people were thrown out to set up hidden sentries, then how strong would the real combat unit be? Moreover, this is the hinterland of the Earth Country. With such a large number of ninjas, it's not so simple to hide from the eyes of the Umbu of Awagakure. Although Nangongja was very surprised, he was not intimidated to the point of not daring to act. Nangongja directly put his hand on the door of the house, and with a force, the door was directly opened by Nangongja. At the same time, several shadows flashed from the shadows. These ninjas arranged by the Akatsuki to guard the house didn't have the intention to talk to Nangongja. They directly took out their kunai and rushed towards Nangongja. Is this how the Akatsuki treats their guests? Nangongja snorted softly, and his momentum was released without any concealment. Although the ninjas guarding the house were strong, but compared to Nangongja, they were a lot worse. They were directly intimidated by Nangongja's momentum, and even their knees began to tremble slightly. The door of a house in the house was opened, and a female ninja with long purple hair came out. Step back. Although the female ninja's voice wasn't soft, the slightly magnetic voice made people feel that she must be a mature ninja with an extremely firm mind who is used to seeing storms and waves. Several ninjas of the Akatsuki knew that they were not Nangongja's opponent, and their boss ordered them to step back. Naturally, they quickly left Nangongja's range of pressure and turned into several shadows and returned to their original hiding place. I am Conan of the Akatsuki organization. I don't know which one of the 5 altar lords of the Bloodcloak Pavilion is your distinguished self. Conan looked at Nangongja and asked very calmly. Nangongja was not the enemy of her organization. When Nangongja confronted several ninjas of the Akatsuki organization, Conan already knew. Most of the ninjas of Nangongja's level were not so good-tempered, but Nangongja was obviously facing a sword, but he still didn't kill them. Instead, he spread his momentum to control several ninjas of the Akatsuki organization. This was like an invitation, making it clear that he wanted the real person in charge to come out and meet with her. A person who didn't have chakra's fluctuation and didn't have any hostility to the Akatsuki organization, using a very simple elimination method. She knew that this person should be the person sent by the Bloodcloak Pavilion to assist her in carrying out the mission. And this kind of strength could only be possessed by the Altar Lord of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Listening to Conan's words, Nangongja also restrained his momentum. I am indeed from the Bloodcloak Pavilion, but I am not the Altar Lord of the Bloodcloak Pavilion. Nangongja gently took off the hood on his head, revealing his face. I am a new leader of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, Nangongja. Chapter 193. When Xianxia said his name, the originally calm Conan's face changed color. Xianxia? Xianxia from Konoha, who is known as Yama. Conan looked at Xianxia with a slightly hostile gaze. It seemed that Conan was not so friendly to Woodleaf and even had a bit of resentment. Woodleaf? That's already in the past. When Danzo made a move on my family, I no longer thought of myself as a Woodleaf ninja. Woodleaf and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. Since they are not benevolent, then I can only be unrighteous with them. Xianxia shook his head, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Conan saw it very clearly. It was a look of resentment, a look of grief and indignation. It was the same look she saw in the mirror every day. I have no interest in all the dirty things between you and Woodleaf. Since you are here on behalf of the Bloodcloak Pavilion, then just carry out the mission with us. As the Xianxia, I recognize your strength very much. Conan said such a sentence indifferently, then turned around and left, returning to the small room where she was just now. She's not cute at all, Xianxia mumbled. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart instantly sounded, and a snow-white shuriken shot towards Xianxia. Although the speed of the shuriken was very fast, it was still very ordinary for Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the sharp white shuriken was already in his hand. The texture of the white shuriken was very strange. It was simply folded from white paper. Be careful when you talk next time. It's very impolite to talk behind people's back. Conan's voice came so leisurely. Although it was still dull, there was a feeling of anger unique to a young girl. Paper release? Xianxia's fingers slightly rubbed the white paper shuriken in his hand, thinking of the scattered information he collected about Conan and Nagato. This ninjutsu seemed to be practiced under the guidance of Jiraiya. Using white paper to perform ninjutsu was originally just a small trick, and it had not yet become a release technique. But with Conan's talent, this ninjutsu using white paper became more and more mature, and now it can be called a release technique similar to a secret technique. If even Conan can do this, then how powerful is Nagato, who is rumored to be more talented than Conan? At this moment, Xianxia didn't know, because the information he knew was very scattered. Just a little bit of information about Conan and Nagato was the result of Xianxia's hard work. The legendary Child of Prophecy. I wonder which disciple of Jiraiya is he? Conan? Nagato? Or the fourth Hokage who has been wandering in the ninja world with almost no news about him? Watergate? Forget it, forget it. These things are too far away for me to care about. Xianxia had never believed in fate, gods, or Buddhas. Even the sage of the Six Paths, known as the ancestor of all ninjas, was not born holy. As long as I have enough strength, as long as my faith is firm, whether it's fate or gods, Xianxia will not hesitate to cut them. Just when Xianxia was still rubbing the paper shuriken in his hand, an Akatsuki ninja came to Xianxia's side. Please follow me to your residence and rest for a while. Knowing that Xianxia was an external aide invited by their organization, the Akatsuki ninja became more respectful. This is the shinobi world. No matter how much you complain about a person in your heart, you can't ignore it. His strength is above you. You have to give him the respect he deserves. Well, lead the way, Xianxia said to the ninja standing next to him. Bloodcloth Pavilion actually chose a leader? This is really bad news. Originally, Bloodcloth Pavilion was managed by 5 altar lords, which in itself will bring a huge loophole to itself. Nagato and Uchiha originally planned to use some means to pull the power of Bloodcloth Pavilion into the Akatsuki. Who would have thought that this Xianxia would pluck the peach instead? It seems that these things need to be discussed at length. Conan's mouth whispered slightly. Although Bloodcloth Pavilion was a hidden force, Conan was still very clear about their situation. Such an organization was only a little weaker than the Akatsuki on the surface. Nagato and Uchiha have been envious of it for a long time. Bloodcloth Pavilion's loose management system also provided an opportunity for the Akatsuki to annex Bloodcloth Pavilion. Originally, The one who was sent to carry out the mission with the Akatsuki was supposed to be an altar lord of Bloodcloth Pavilion. With all kinds of arrangements, Conan was confident that she could pull that person into the Akatsuki. But Nangongja came, with the identity of Bloodcloth Pavilion's leader. All of this really disrupted the Akatsuki's plan. Conan stretched out her hand and waved it on a piece of paper in front of her. The white paper immediately moved on its own, but in the blink of an eye, the letter had already turned into 1,000 paper crane. She held the paper crane in her left hand and made a hand seal with her right hand, and chakra instantly poured into the paper crane. The paper crane wobbled and waved its white paper wings, and it seemed to adapt to the flight for a while, and then it was slightly pushed out of the window by Conan. Fortunately, my main mission this time is not to take Bloodcloth Pavilion under my command, but to take another person. I will pass the message to Nagato first, and the rest will be handed over to Nagato and Uchiha Madara. A week of long journey indeed made Nangongja's state slightly worse. After a little rest in this house, Nangongja felt that he had almost recovered, but his door was knocked by the Akatsuki's ninja. Nangong-sama, Conan-sama said that everything is ready and asked you to come and discuss it. Finally, is it time to get down to business? Nangongja was really bored in this house, and he already had the idea of starting the mission early and then leaving as soon as possible. After all, this was the hinterland of the Earth Country, plus he had to assist the Akatsuki in carrying out the mission. In order to prevent his whereabouts from being leaked, Nangongja could only stay in the house every day. Okay, I'll go now. Chapter 194. Nangong-sama, I can only lead you here. Conan-sama and several other sama are already waiting inside. The Akatsuki ninja who led the way was just an ordinary member, so he couldn't enter the meeting room. He could only lead Nangongja to the entrance of the meeting room. It's okay, you can go. I'll trouble you to take care of me these past few days. I'll put in a few good words for you. The ninja who led the way had been taking care of Nangongja's life these past few days, and he took care of him seriously. Nangongja felt that it was necessary to give him some praise. Thank you, Sama. Sure enough, he heard Nangongja's words. The ninja who led the way for Nangongja instantly beamed with joy and looked at Nangongja with eyes full of gratitude. Waving his hand, Nangongja indicated that the ninja can leave first. Straightening his lapel and brushing his somewhat messy hair, Nangongja opened the door of the meeting room. Before Nangongja could greet Conan, a person's voice suddenly sounded. It's you. Nangongja looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a ninja with silver hair who was wearing a black robe with red clouds on it, pointing his finger at Nangongja. In addition to shock, there was also a lot of anger. Who are you? Why are you pointing at me? Who gave you the courage? Nangongja was also a little angry. He didn't even speak, and this person directly jumped out and pointed at his nose. He was giving face to the people of Akatsuki, so they also became arrogant? You actually don't remember me? Very good, very good. I clearly remember that you cut off my limbs and kicked my head like a ball. This time, I'll definitely let you know how terrifying Lord Evil God is. The silver-haired ninja's face became very ferocious, as if he had gone mad. Break his limbs? Kicking his head like a ball? Why did it sound so familiar? Oh, so it's you. Nangongja recalled the time when he brought little Linger and Mashiro to the country of hot water. It was a bloody battlefield, as well as the young man from the Cthulhuism Society. I didn't expect that you would still be alive after being tortured to such an extent. Do you have the life of a cockroach? Ignoring the fact that Xiaonan was still beside him, Nangongja directly used taunt on Fei Dan. Ah, you bastard. Master Fei Duan is going to kill you. No, I want to break all your limbs and let you know the pain that Master Fei Duan suffered that day. Fei Duan was obviously infuriated by Nangongja's attitude. His originally abnormal nerves were now even more strung up. She didn't care that Xiaonan was still beside her. She took out a scythe with 3 sharp blades and held it in her hand. I'll let you have a taste of the power of the Bloody March scythe. just as Fei Dan leaped up and stood on the table in the conference room with the scythe in his hand raised high. Conan's slightly angry voice came over. Fei Duan, are you done? Did I ask you to come here so that you can disobey orders and attack the teammates who are about to carry out the mission with us? Following her voice, countless pieces of white paper also circled around Xiaonan's body. Xiaonan stretched out her hand and pointed, and the white paper quickly flew towards Fei Duan as if it had found its target. The clear sound of the white paper breaking through the air was enough to prove the power of the white paper. Seeing that the white paper was about to touch Fei Duan's body, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Only Nangongzhe was standing in front of Fei Duan, and the disaster sword had been unsheathed. It was Nangongzhe who blocked these attacks for Fei Duan. I don't know what Sir is doing. I'm clearly educating the person who offended you, but Sir actually blocked these attacks for him? Xiaonan's face was a little cold. What was this? Someone from her organization came to help her, but in the end, he was the enemy of another person who came to help her. She was educating the people from her organization, but was stopped by an outsider. This kind of development, indeed, made Xiaonan feel a surge of anger rising in her heart. Xiaonan, you don't have to be like this. Since Fei Duan wants to take revenge on me, let him come. Otherwise, I won't be at ease letting someone who has been watching my back carry out the mission with me. Since I can defeat him once, I can defeat him more times. With that, Nangongzhe looked at Fei Duan behind him with a mocking expression. Don't you think so? Chinibu. F***CK, you're Chinibu. I'm the emissary of the evil god. The emissary? Fei Duan raised the huge scythe in his hand and directly chopped down at Nangongzhe's head. Don't be so anxious. This place is so small that it can't be used at all. Let's go to the courtyard and spar. Nangongzhe held the disaster sword and blocked the huge scythe that was coming at him. His expression was very relaxed, and it was obvious that he still had enough strength left. He turned the disaster sword in his hand slightly, and the bloody march scythe that Fei Duan used all his strength to chop down heavily on the table. In an instant, the huge table had been split into two. Nangongzhe exerted strength in his legs and ran out of the meeting room. He arrived at the slightly spacious courtyard. At this moment, Fei Duan was overwhelmed by his anger. He didn't think much and directly followed Nangongzhe to the courtyard. Those two bastards were supposed to act in secret, but now they are fighting. Once the movement is too big, it will attract the rock ninjas. What if the target is alarmed? Looking at the excited Fei Duan and the calm Nangongzhe at this moment, Conan was very angry. Are these two people so ignorant of the overall situation? He stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet, just like how Nangongzhe and Fei Duan were being stomped on by him. But Conan quickly calmed down and ordered the Akatsuki ninjas who were standing in the courtyard looking at Fei Duan and Nangongzhe with a stunned expression. What are you doing? Everyone go to the courtyard wall and start arranging the barrier. Cover up everything in the courtyard. I will look at the two of them. If they make too much trouble, I will stop them in time. This operation has been planned for so long. There must be no mistakes. Conan calmly gave orders to the Akatsuki ninjas. She was like a queen with unparalleled power. Chapter 195. Although Xiaonan's queenly temperament was very attractive, neither Nangongzhe nor Fei Duan had the time to appreciate it. The first time the two of them fought was several years ago. At that time, Fei Duan had just completed the sacrificial ritual for the Cthulhu. He had not yet familiarized himself with the Cthulhu's undying ability, so that battle was almost meaningless to the two of them now. Whether it was Nangongzhe or Fei Duan, both of them had grown over the years. The two of them needed to be extra careful in this battle. The bloody march scythe in Fei Duan's hand was slightly glowing with a bloody brilliance under the sunlight. It was obvious that it had drunk the blood of many enemies. Nangongzhe's majestic inner strength and sword energy were also constantly emitted. The originally slightly undulating ground began to flatten under the impact of Nangongzhe's inner strength and sword energy. The battle was about to start. The confrontation between the two of them was an action that tested the temperament of both sides. Compared to Nangongzhi, Fei Duan was obviously more inclined to launch the first round of attack himself. Fei Duan roared, and the chakra on his body began to flow to his feet and hands, increasing his physical fitness. Even the ground had a small pit because of Fei Duan's power. The Bloody March scythe was a heavy weapon, especially when Fei Duan used the chakra to stimulate his body and unleash an extremely tyrannical power. The Bloody March scythe almost left an afterimage in the air, and the ear-piercing sound of it breaking through the air was so clear. Nangongzhi knew that if he wanted to defeat Fei Duan, the most important thing was that he absolutely could not let Fei Duan collect his blood. This was the most important rule when dealing with the followers of the Cthulhuism Society. Although he was not the first to attack, Nangongzhi relied on his speed and skills to make his sword speed reach an extremely high level. The sword was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant for a long time, revealing its venomous fangs, piercing towards Fei Duan from an extremely tricky angle. The two of them were very fast, and in an instant they were already standing opposite each other. At this time, Fei Duan's face revealed a slightly cruel smile. The Bloody March scythe's long handle had unknowingly turned into a chain. Originally, Fei Duan was holding the Bloody March scythe with both hands and slashing towards Nangongzhi, but now he had already grabbed the end of the chain. The Bloody March scythe's speed became even faster under the effect of inertia and swept towards Nangongzhi's neck. "Oh, you've really learned. But what's the point of such a small trick?" Bloody March scythe, Bloody March scythe, Bloody March scythe, Bloody March scythe, scythe, Bloody March. But he was still very calm. His rights, he held the scythe, Bloody March. Nangongzhi held the Heavenly Calamity sword's simple and unadorned scabbard in his left hand. This was the bloody scythe, the march, Bloody March, with it was held this bloody ding. A crisp sound rang out as Nangongzhi blocked the three-moon sickle with his ordinary-looking black scabbard. That's right, the scabbard and the hilt of the Heavenly Tribulation sword were made of the same material. It was extremely hard. Fei Duan knew that the three-moon sickle wouldn't be of any use this time, so he shook his wrist, wanting to take the three-moon sickle into his hand. "It's useless." Nangongzhi exerted force with his left hand and used a skillful technique to entangle the three-moon scythe with his scabbard. The three-moon's sickle seemed to be glued to the three-moon sickle, and there was no way to retrieve it. Although you have an immortal body, if I were to blind one of your eyes, your battle prowess would definitely decrease a lot, right? That's right. Originally, Nangongzhi's sword looked like it was going to stab Fei Duan's abdomen, but Nangongzhi's wrist turned and stabbed Fei Duan's eyes. "Go ahead and try. Do you think I, Master Fei Duan, am so easy to deal with?" Obviously, his weapon had been restrained by Nangongzhi. One of his hands couldn't do anything because he was unwilling to give up his weapon, but Fei Duan didn't seem to be worried that he would be blinded by Nangongzhi at all. Instead, he laughed and ridiculed Nangongzhi. A trick? Nangongzhi knew that Fei Duan must have some tricks up his sleeve. Sure enough, Fei Duan's other hand suddenly took out an iron rod with a sharp spike at the end. It stabbed toward Nangongzhi's body. The iron rod was only about 20 centimeters long. It was just like a strangely shaped dagger. Nangongzhi decided to give up this attack and directly used the Heavenly Tribulation sword to push away the iron rod. Just as he was about to pull away and make a second attack, the black iron rod suddenly elongated. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He absolutely couldn't let his blood fall into Fei Duan's hands. Nangongzhi used his internal force to stimulate his legs, and his speed soared again and again. However, the iron rod elongated faster and faster. The iron rod was getting closer and closer to Nangongzhi's abdomen. 3 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 1 centimeter. Seeing that Nangongzhi was about to be stabbed by the iron rod. "Ha ha! You bastard, just die under the power of Master Fei Duan and Master Cthulhu." Fei Duan was very excited. He felt that he had won this round. Nan Gongjia's panicked movement to avoid the iron rod suddenly stopped. Because of the rapid retreat, his slightly bent body and lowered head were now standing straight. You think you won? Fei Duan looked carefully. Although his iron rod was very close to Nan Gongjia's abdomen, it still didn't touch Nan Gongjia's body. Just a little bit. A little bit. Originally, I thought that after these few years, you should have made some progress. But other than learning these strange moves, it seems that you haven't improved much. Boring, boring. Nan Gongjia's face didn't have the nervous expression at the beginning of the battle. Instead, it was very relaxed. As if he didn't put Fei Duan in his eyes, he spoke to Nan Gongja like an elder educating a child. Oh, back then, you had this expression on your face when you humiliated me to such an extent. I once swore that I must let you have a taste of humiliation. But now, you are still looking at me with this expression. What do you have? What do you have? Master Fei Duan, even if I get seriously injured, I will let you know how powerful I am. I will let you experience the power of Lord Evil God. Chapter 196. Fei Duan's angry words did not frighten Nan Gongja. Instead, it was as if he had told a particularly funny joke, making Nan Gongja laugh. The more Nan Gongja laughed, the fiercer Fei Duan's anger became. What you said is quite nice, but you want to defeat me with this. You want to humiliate me? You're still far from it. You'd better train for another 10 years. This time, Fei Duan was no longer the first to attack, because Nan Gongja was the first to attack. The Heaven's Calamity Sword was covered with a layer of blue brilliance, and countless fine sword chi surrounded the Heaven's Calamity Sword. The sword chi cut through the air, and even the Heaven's Calamity Sword began to become a little blurry. Originally, you weren't worth me using this move, but after all, I just learned it, and I still need someone to practice the sword. You, who can't die, came at the right time. I'll let you try the power of this Ghost God Sword. That's right. Nan Gongja was using the Ghost God Sword Fatal 14th Sword, which he had used when his heart demon had crushed him. Although Nan Gongja had a more powerful and suitable Ghost God Sword, it was too much of a burden on Nan Gongja's body, so Nan Gongja was not willing to use it easily. As for the Fatal 14th Sword, most of the pressure was concentrated on the sword, and the pressure on the human body was relatively small. Using Fei Duan to test the sword was a spontaneous idea. His left hand turned into a sword finger and gently stroked the spine of the Heaven's Calamity Sword. Countless murderous aura and hostility were emitted from Nan Gongja's body. Even behind Nan Gongja, a ferocious shadow of Yama appeared. Nan Gongja's eyes were gradually covered with blood, especially the pupils, which had turned into a rich blood color. When Nan Gongja's body rose and fell slightly because of his breathing, the red in his eyes seemed to spread out, leaving a red light mark in the air. Conan stood on the edge of the battle between Haydn and Nan Gongja. At the beginning, when Nan Gongja and Haydn fought head-on, their level was actually not that high. He was simply relying on his own physical fitness to wield the weapon in his hand like a barbarian. Conan even thought that the rumors about Nan Gongja in the ninja world were false. Legend has it that Nan Gongja's teachings, and even better than white. Such a battle was really disappointing. However, when Nan Gongja's Heavenly Calamity Sword was covered with internal energy and sword energy, Xiaonan finally understood. The only one who had truly used his full strength was actually Flying Duan. Nan Gongja just played with Haydn and wanted to test Haydn's strength. Whether it was Nan Gongja's murderous aura and hostility or Nan Gongja's state at the moment, Conan was shocked. Even Nagato, who had the Rinnegan, and the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, they didn't have the same state as Nan Gongja when fighting. If she had to use a word to describe it, perhaps only born to fight was appropriate. Putting everything aside, whether it was his own body or all his emotional fluctuations have been removed from Nan Gongja's body. At this time, Nan Gongja just wanted to stab with his sword. Haydn was trapped by Nangong's murderous aura and hostility. It was as if the surroundings were filled with cement, and he couldn't move at all. There are many jinjutsu that can do this, such as some of the secret jinjutsu of Konoha Village's Yugi family. If it was in jinjutsu, then there are naturally many ways to solve it. But Nangongja at this moment was purely relying on his murderous aura and hostility to deter the opponent. Unless the opponent's murderous aura and hostility surpassed Nangongja's, or there was a crushing gap in strength, there was no way to get rid of Nangongja's comfort. Obviously, Haydn didn't meet any of the conditions mentioned above. Conan wanted to go up and stop the battle between the two people. The real mission hasn't started yet, but they were already in a mess. Not only would it have no good impact on the later mission, but more importantly, it would weaken the strength of their side. Their target wasn't someone who was easy to deal with either. It wasn't a good sign to let their strength weaken at this time. But when Conan walked to the edge of the space formed by Nangong's murderous aura and hostility, Conan found that even she had no way to invade and stop Nangongja and Haydn. Sigh, this matter was troublesome. Fortunately, Haydn was immortal. So be it, let Haydn have a good taste of his lesson. It could also be considered as Haydn restraining his bad temper, right? Conan couldn't take any action, and Haydn couldn't even move. He could only watch as Nangong's sword got closer and closer to him. Haydn could already feel the chill on the sword's edge. His body, which had become slightly sluggish because of his immortal body, was now extremely sensitive to the dangerous aura on the sword's edge. His hair stood on end just like that. Haydn's eyes could still move, and Haydn's thoughts could still move. Nangong's sword would directly pierce through his throat, Haydn guessed. Haydn could almost imagine his throat being pierced and his blood constantly gushing out from his throat. That feeling of suffocation, that feeling of his body losing its warmth. A kind of fear burned in Haydn's heart like a fire. He didn't feel the usual pleasure of facing death with the enemy when he was injured. There was only the fear of being injured and the helplessness of not being able to control his life in his own hands. It was really a very annoying feeling. Haydn could only close his eyes as if he had accepted his fate. Anyway, he couldn't escape Nangong's attack. At most, it would be like a few years ago where Nangongja cut off his limbs. So what if it hurt a little 1 second, 2 seconds, a long time had passed, but Haydn still didn't feel the sword cutting through his body? Strange? What was this bastard Nangongja doing? Fei Duan could only slowly open his eyes, wanting to see what his enemy was doing. Nangong's smiling face was reflected in Haydn's eyes. The Heaven's Disaster sword's edge was only a little away from Haydn's neck, just hanging there. Was this bastard Nangongja humiliating him? This was the only thought left in Haydn's mind. Chapter 197. Nangongja turned his wrist, shook the Heaven's Disaster sword in his hand, and put the Heaven's Disaster sword back into the scabbard. Are you humiliating me? Are you pitying me? Haydn's sensitive nerves were once again stimulated by Nangongja. It seemed that he wanted to use the Bloody March sickle to fight with Nangongja again. Nangongja glanced at Haydn coldly, then turned his head and no longer looked at Haydn. You bastard, you dare to look down on this uncle? Haydn roared and was about to attack, but Conan's slightly cold voice had already reached Haydn's ears. Haven't you made enough trouble? Haydn. Hearing Conan's voice, Haydn's body trembled. Haydn was the kind of person who didn't submit to anyone. When Nangongja cut off his hands and feet and chopped his head, he was brought to the Akatsuki. Haydn was naturally restless, and he often provoked other Akatsuki members. As the person who helped Nagato manage the Akatsuki, Conan naturally couldn't ignore Haydn's behavior. She directly tied Haydn's hands and feet, hung him in a square where people often gathered in the Akatsuki, and used her paper release to cut off Haydn's flesh little by little. Haydn was indeed immortal, but he still felt pain. When Haydn was about to faint, Conan would inject a highly concentrated nutrient solution for Haydn. so that Haydn could recover quickly with the nutrient solution, and then continue to cut the flesh on Haydn's body with the sharp blade made of white paper. This lesson lasted for an entire 3 days. From then on, Haydn may talk nonsense to other people, but he still instinctively trembled in front of Conan. Whether it was the provocation to Xianxia or the battle with Xianxia, it was actually discussed with Conan before. Although it may be a bit noisy, it was still carried out with Conan's acquiescence. Now, Xiaonan's reprimand made Fei Duan calm down. Fei Dan glared fiercely at Xianxia and put away the weapon in his hand. He stood silently behind Xiaonan, not saying a word. Xianxia saw everything clearly. The twists and turns of the story were very clear in his mind. However, there were some things that were best understood in one's heart. Saying it out loud would only make everyone feel awkward. There was no point in it at all. Then, can we talk about the proper business now? After all, some troublesome matters have been settled. Xianxia glanced at Fei Duan, who was standing behind Xiaonan. However, Fei Duan didn't seem to hear Xianxia's words as he stood there silently. Of course, we've already determined the target's location. The battle plan has basically been formulated, but after seeing your strength today, I think we can slightly improve the battle plan. Xiaonan looked at Xianxia and nodded. At the same time, there seemed to be an imperceptible smile on her face. It doesn't matter. You could decide. I'm the foreign aide you invited. You came up with a battle plan. As long as I can execute it, I will naturally cooperate with you. Xianxia was really not interested in changing the battle plan. Here is the target's information. Xiaonan waved her hand, and an Akatsuki ninja took a folder in front of Xianxia. Reaching out and taking the folder in his hand, Xianxia flipped through the document casually. The disciple of Tsuchikage? It's really a big deal. You dare to make a move on Inoki's disciple? Xianxia didn't take long to know who the enemy he was about to face was. It was the disciple of the current Tsuchikage, Deidara. Some of Deidara's deeds were quite detailed in the information. He was simply an explosive maniac. Many crazy attack missions were carried out by this Deidara. He was arrogant and crazy. Xianxia even wondered whether Inoki wanted to cultivate a disciple or a killing machine. Although Deidara now had the title of rebellious ninja, Xianxia didn't think that Inoki had given up on Deidara. Now that Akatsuki wants to reach out to Tsuchikage, it means that many secrets about a Wagakure will be revealed in front of Akatsuki. This matter is not easy to deal with. No wonder Deidara's strength was average, but Akatsuki still spent a lot of money to invite people from Bloodcloak Pavilion to carry out the mission together. You are taking advantage of Inoki's tiger whiskers. Although this old man is indeed old, but if he really explodes, not many people can stop him. Xianxia shook his head slightly and threw the information about Deidara in his hand on the table. Deidara was originally a rebellious ninja of a Wagakure. Naturally, he won't get close to a Wagakure. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can catch Deidara before a Wagakure can react. No matter how powerful Inoki is, as long as he follows to Akatsuki, we will naturally have a way to deal with him. Conan said confidently. Xianxia didn't know, but Conan knew that a Wagakure and Akatsuki actually had various transactions. Both sides were well aware of each other's strength. Akatsuki showed Inoki's strength. Although it wasn't enough to compete with a Wagakure, it was enough to bring a lot of trouble to a Wagakure. There's only 1,000 days of being a thief. How can there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? Once what's done is done. With Inoki's shrewd character, he can naturally make the right choice. Forget it. Anyway, it's your Akatsuki. As long as you can bear all the consequences, I don't need to worry about you. When it's time to act, just call me. Xianxia turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by Conan. Sir Xianxia, please wait a moment. Please take this. Conan handed over a black robe that was very similar to the one worn by Haydn and Conan. This is the uniform of our senior members. Since you are now employed by us, why don't you wear it when performing tasks? It can help you hide your appearance. It's always good to have less trouble. He didn't know if Conan had investigated Xianxia, but she knew that Xianxia was afraid of trouble. Nan Gongja didn't know how to refute this. He could only take the black robe from Conan's hand, nodded, and left. Chapter 198. Time always moved forward on its own, not allowing anyone to explain. The sun set in the west, and the moon rose in the east. The stars in the sky embellished the black curtain, emitting their own brilliance. Nan Gongja sat on the roof of the house that seemed to be a little narrow. The green jade gourd was beside him, and a jade cup was beside him. The clear wine was sitting quietly in the cup. Nan Gongja reached out and took the cup. With a flip of his wrist, all the wine entered Nan Gongja's mouth. The rich but elegant wine fragrance lingered in Nan Gongja's mouth. Nan Gongja squinted his eyes slightly, seemingly savoring the wonderful taste of the drunken immortal wine. I didn't expect that the legendary Amma, who killed people like scything flax, was also a glutton for wine. A cold voice broke the silence of the night. A girl with long purple hair, dressed in a loose black robe with red clouds on it, stood behind Nan Gongja without anyone noticing. Xiaonan had a playful expression on her face, as if she had caught Nan Gongja's pigtail. Glutton for wine? Not really. One of my seniors really likes to drink wine. I don't know when I was led astray by him. Although the wine in the cup is sometimes a hindrance, I feel that without it, there is not much taste left. Nan Gongja smiled embarrassedly, as if he did not take Xiao Nan's words to heart. He was just reminiscing about the past. Xiao Nan did not continue on this topic. Instead, she silently walked to Nan Gongja's side. She picked up the green jade gourd, and her nose twitched a few times as she poured the wine into the gourd. "This is a good wine." As she spoke, she opened her right hand, and a few pieces of white paper danced on top of it. After a while, a wine cup made of paper was held in Xiao Nan's hand. He glanced at Nan Gongja, as if asking if he could have a taste of the wine. Nan Gongja also smiled. Just a moment ago, he was still saying that he was a glutton for alcohol. But now, he picked up his wine and wanted to ask if he could have a sip. Lil Nan was an interesting person. "This wine is the drunken immortal brew. It was given to me by my senior. There is no one in this world who knew how to brew it, so it was better to drink it a little. Since little Nan wants to give it a try, it's naturally possible." After Nan Gongja introduced the name of the wine, he agreed to Xiao Nan's request. Xiao Nan seemed to have taken advantage of something. She took the green jade gourd and poured a cup of wine into the paper cup in her hand. Holding the glass of wine, Xiao Nan sat down beside Nan Gongja. In front of them was the open space where Nan Gongja and Fei Duan fought during the day. Although the Akatsuki's ninjas also cleaned up, the traces of the battle were still so obvious. Fighting and war always destroy all the beauty in the world. For no reason, Xiao Nan actually sighed with emotion. After all, Nan Gongja collected some information about the 3 disciples of Jiraiya in the Rain Country. They were all orphans in the war. Their hatred for war and fighting must be deep in their bones. "So, you are working hard to quell the war?" Nan Gongja didn't directly say who the so-called "you" were, but Xiao Nan knew very well that he was talking about Yahiko, Nagato, and herself. "We just happened to find a feasible way to quell the war, and we are working hard for it." Xiao Nan didn't know why, but in front of Nan Gongja, she didn't suppress all the things in her heart like usual. Instead, she directly said what she wanted to say. Xiao Nan wasn't a particularly opinionated person. When Xiao Nan, Yahiko, and Nagato were orphans in the Rain Country, they were struggling to survive. At that time, Xiao Nan just wanted to survive. Later, she met Jiraiya and became his disciple. She founded the Akatsuki and became an important member. In fact, a lot of it was because of Yahiko and Nagato, who struggled to survive together with her since childhood. When Yahiko was killed by Danzo and Hanzo, Xiao Nan didn't know what she was pursuing. The resentment and helplessness in her heart made Xiao Nan want to help Nagato realize Yahiko's last wish. Since then, she has been working hard for this ridiculous big plan. She became the messenger of God under Nagato. Isn't that a great thing? There is no one in this world who doesn't want to live in a peaceful world. It's very commendable that you can muster the courage to take this step. Perhaps it's because of the few glasses of wine? Nangong's words gradually became more and more. Speaking of which, my experience is similar to yours. My parents and the place where I lived were also destroyed by a group of people. Since then, I have been wandering in the ninja world, relying on my sister. But maybe it's because of my good fortune. I have some strength, so I joined the Wood Leaf to seek protection. Nangong just seemed to be thinking about his life, and he talked about the most difficult days of his life so far. Listening to Nangong's words, Xiaonan also seemed to remember the days when she, Yahiko, and Nagato relied on each other. After joining the Wood Leaf, I killed a lot of people, but every time I told myself that every person I killed was for my sister, for the people I cared about. Because only in this way can I let them live a better and safer life under the protection of the Wood Leaf. You didn't do anything wrong. Xiaonan seemed to see Nangong's inner struggle. As a person who doesn't like to take other people's lives, Nangong's thoughts at this moment, Xiaonan felt that she could empathize with him. I used to think that I didn't do anything wrong, but Danzo made a move on my family. Nangong shook his head. When he said Danzo's name, he still tightly held the glass in his hand and poured the wine directly into his mouth. He didn't have the same expression as before. He just looked like he was venting. Danzo, Danzo, Xiaonan also murmured Danzo's name in her mouth. The scene of Yahiko's death replayed in Xiaonan's mind over and over again. After drinking the wine in the glass, she gently threw the paper cup in her hand away. Xiaonan got up and walked away, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air. Tomorrow's action. Chapter 199. Nangong was waiting for the target to be lured over by Akatsuki's ninjas. Along with Nangong, Haiden and Conan were also here to ambush him. In the ninja world, when there is an absolute gap in strength, the number of people doesn't have much meaning. It's like Akatsuki has arranged dozens of almost elite ninjas to besiege Deidara, but they don't expect them to have any achievements. They're all bait to attract Deidara. Get ready. The target is about to enter the visible range. Nangong heard a faint voice with a few traces of coldness. Turning his head, Conan was also staring at him. Nodding, Nangong signaled that he understood. Before Nangong could say anything, a huge explosion sound came from a distance. You dregs, you dare to provoke Deidara? I will let you see how powerful the art of explosion is. A blond man riding a big bird that seemed to be made out of mud shouted loudly. And the several ninjas of Akatsuki organization were also injured, and their faces were covered with dirt. Nangong couldn't help but look at Haiden, who was also ambushing on the other side. Sure enough, this group of Chinibu likes to call themselves uncle. Haiden also noticed Nangong's gaze, although he didn't know what Nangong was thinking. But Nangong's face was still so annoying in Haiden's eyes. If it weren't for Big Sister Conan here, I wouldn't want to have a good fight with you. Uncle Haiden must beat your face with a smirk until it bleeds. Haiden's heart was crazy at this moment, and he seemed to have forgotten that he was almost pressed to the ground by Nangong. In fact, Conan's plan for Nangong and Haiden is quite simple. Nangong will face Deidara head-on, and Conan will wander around and try to take away Deidara's blood, and then Haiden will use Jutsu, death spell, to directly make Deidara lose his combat power. Deidara was forcibly taken away, and naturally, Akatsuki has various means to make him join. But Nangong looked at Deidara's appearance, and he always felt that something was wrong. Deidara's battle mainly relies on a variety of explosive clay to attack. Although the attack power of explosive clay is indeed high, the movement caused by it is not small. Deidara was chasing after a few elite Chunin ninjas of the Akatsuki organization, and he looked like he was going to blow up this rare forest of the Earth Country. Such an undisguised, arrogant behavior. As the Umbu of a Wagakure, how can they not notice it? Nangong felt more and more that, in fact, Deidara has always been under the surveillance of the insidious old man Inoki. The reason why Deidara can openly act as a traitor in the ninja world There must be more things that he doesn't know. It seems that he really has to do his best to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, Anoki, who has the dust release Kekiai Genkai, will really be attracted here. Even if Nangongzhi, Conan, and Haiden join forces, they can't say that they will be safe. Just when Nangongzhi was still thinking about all kinds of things, Daedara launched a new round of attacks. Daedara put his hands into the small bag at his waist, and a mouth appeared on the palms of both hands, constantly swallowing the clay in the bag. Not only swallowing, but also chewing. Fortunately, Nangongzhi was still far away from Daedara, so he couldn't see it clearly. Otherwise, with Nangongzhi's slight misophobia, at this moment, he definitely couldn't help but run out and give this disgusting guy a sword. How dare he use such a disgusting method? Explosive clay, flying bird. Several bird-like clay figurines appeared in Daedara's hand. When Daedara shouted the name of the ninjutsu he used, these clay figurines of birds seemed to come alive and rush straight towards the Akatsuki's ninja, who was still running for his life in front of him. Although the clay figurines were made of clay, their speed was extremely fast, and they were already behind several Akatsuki ninjas. Ha! Die. Art is explosion. Huh. Daedara put his hands together and made a violent shout. The clay birds were like bombs whose fuses had been ignited. They kept expanding and turning red. They exploded in an instant. The Akatsuki ninjas who were followed by the clay figurines were naturally the first to bear the brunt. Their backs were scorched black, and a lot of blood overflowed from their mouths. Obviously, they suffered a very serious internal injury, and if they are not treated in time, they will die. Nangongzhi tightly held the Heaven's Disaster Sword in his hand, and seemed to be ready to go out and fight with Daedara. Although the Akatsuki ninjas had nothing to do with him, at this moment they were fighting side by side, and they were already in danger in front of him. Nangongzhi felt that he couldn't just ignore the threat to their lives. However, Conan's cold eyes were only staring at Nangongzhi, and her eyes obviously wanted to prevent Nangongzhi from going out. Is this the person who said to me last night that she would save the ninja world and quell the war? Nangongzhi's heart was inevitably disappointed. Through the continuous sacrifice of trusted people, people continued to lose their lives, and the flow of blood in exchange for peace. Can it really be a long-term peace? Suddenly, Nangongzhi felt that he had actually seen what kind of organization the Akatsuki was through such a little detail. In Nangongzhi's view, recruiting madmen like Haiden and Daedara was justifiable. After all, in this ninja world, there were too few powerful people who could be recruited. But sacrificing his subordinates and people who believed in him without changing his expression, Nangongzhi knew that he couldn't do it. His heart was cold, and he was not willing to risk his life. Nangongzhi knew that he just wanted to complete his task peacefully. This so-called Akatsuki organization is really a rotten organization with a golden exterior. They dare to call themselves Akatsuki, usher in the bright dawn of the ninja world? Don't be ridiculous if the ninja world has really declined to the point where it needs such a group of people to save it. It's better to just wait for death. Conan didn't know the many thoughts in Nangongzhi's heart, but seeing Nangongzhi put down the Heaven's Disaster Sword in his hand, she didn't say anything. She just stared at Daedara and the group of ninjas who attracted Daedara's attention, waiting for the opportunity. Chapter 200. Daedara was getting closer and closer to the place where Nangongzhi was, but every time he got a little bit closer, an Akatsuki ninja would get injured or even die. Although Nangongzhi was determined not to care about their life and death, but every time Akatsuki ninja's aura got weaker and weaker, Nangongzhi's heart also became colder and colder. The favorable impression of the Akatsuki organization that had just been born was being worn down little by little like this. Finally, when the ninjas of Akatsuki organization were either dead or injured, only 2 or 3 of them were left. Daedara finally came down from the back of that big bird he was riding. standing in front of the few remaining Akatsuki ninjas. He said with a somewhat crazy face. It's been a long time since someone dared to provoke this uncle. Since you came, then have a good taste of this uncle's means, so that in the future, no matter what kind of trash, dare to disturb this uncle. Daidara's palm's mouth was constantly squirming, and in Daidara's hand appeared several freehand-looking spider clay sculptures. See one clay spider. He threw those clay spiders at his feet and made 3 hand seals. The spiders were injected with vitality and began to slowly crawl toward the mouth of Akatsuki ninjas. If everything goes smoothly, these spiders will certainly crawl into the mouth of Akatsuki ninjas and enter their stomach through their esophagus, and then explode. The power of clay spiders is not big, but after entering the human body and then exploding, it will only make people feel that their vitality is leaving the body. This is really very interesting, ah? Daidara seemed to be able to see the situation after the clay spiders explode, and a cruel and excited expression lingered on Daidara's face. In the end, Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. If it was a frontal battle on the battlefield, no matter how many people died, Xianxia would not have this kind of mood like now. But at this moment, Daidara's almost powerless Akatsuki ninjas were executing such a sadistic behavior. Xianxia really couldn't stand it anymore. Xianxia had always thought that he had gotten over the destruction of the village he grew up in and the death of his parents. However, such a scene reminded Xianxia of the raging inferno and the heart-wrenching cries. Dead ale! Damn it! Xianxia charged out with the Heaven's Calamity sword in hand. Xiaonan noticed Xianxia's behavior. However, since Xianxia had already rushed out, they could only bring forward the plan. Conan nodded at Fei Duan, indicating for him to wait for her and Xianxia to take Dedale's blood. Then she followed Xianxia out. Oh, I didn't expect there to be an ambush. Seeing Xianxia and Conan's clothes were slightly similar to Akatsuki's ninjas, Dedale knew that Xianxia and Conan were here to ambush him. Although there was no way to know the exact strength of Xianxia and Xiaonan, Dedale was confident that he could get away with it since he only had 2 enemies. He made a few hand seals, and the clay bird that had fallen beside him rushed toward Xianxia and Conan as if it had received an order. Let me show you my art. Dedale clasped his hands together and shouted, Art is explosion, drink! Whether it was the giant bird that flew toward Xianxia and Conan or the clay spider that had entered the mouth of Akatsuki ninjas, they all exploded at this moment. Countless dust rose under the effect of the explosion. No matter how strong you are, you'll be injured under such a large amount of explosive clay. You, drink this uncle's foot-washing water. Haydn looked at the direction of the explosion and laughed, seemingly ridiculing Xianxia and Conan for overestimating themselves. At the same time, he also looked down at his feet that were stained with the blood of Akatsuki ninjas and slightly disdainfully curled his lips. This uncle had just changed his shoes, but because of you, you dirted them. Just letting you die like this is really a bit of a loss, ah. Without waiting for Dedale to continue to complain about his shoes being dirted, the smoke and dust that filled the sky was cut off by sword energy at this moment. Xianxia still maintained the posture of waving his sword, and beside Xianxia's body, there were still a few pieces of white paper that were still burning. Obviously, Conan used her paper ninjutsu to know that a layer of wall had blocked the explosion of the clay bird for Xianxia. At this moment, a pair of snow-white wings made of white paper had grown out of Conan's back, and even Conan's face seemed to have changed, as if a piece of paper had been peeled off. Dedale, on behalf of Akatsuki, I welcome you to join the embrace of God. At this moment, Conan was like a messenger of God, floating in the air. Her face was full of coldness and pity, like an angel who was appointed by God to come to the earth. God? I don't know how gorgeous it would be when God explodes. Hearing Conan say the name of God, Dedale not only didn't have a little bit of timidity, but as if he had thought of a good idea, his face was full of excitement. If he could blast a god into the sky, how beautiful would that be? Blasphemous people of God, I will bestow you the punishment of God. Nan Gongzhi was slightly speechless looking at Conan. Although he knew that Conan's nickname was God's messenger, but it was the first time that Nan Gongzhi had seen Conan become a fraud. He was simply a fraud who had reached a certain level. Ah ha ha! I'll start with you, God's messenger. Dedale, who had been hiding behind his back, suddenly opened his hands, and white clay unceasingly spat out from his palms. This clay seemed to have received guidance, and slowly formed a dragon-shaped clay sculpture behind Dedale. Have a taste of my C2 giant dragon's power. Along with Dedale's voice, the dormant dragon behind Dedale suddenly opened its eyes. This so-called C2 dragon had 2 wings on its back. At this moment, the dragon flapped its wings. Its huge body flew up like this, and at this moment, its huge body was almost level with Conan, who was staying in the sky. The dragon opened its mouth, and a mass of white explosive clay was spat out by the dragon, flying towards Conan. And Conan naturally knew that as long as this clay approached her, it would certainly explode. So the white wings behind Conan unceasingly split into pieces of white paper and rushed towards the mass of clay formed by the explosive clay. Chapter 201. The sound of explosions was incessant. It was like a fireworks show on a summer night, and the sky was filled with dazzling brilliance. Although Nan Gongzhi knew a little about Xiaonan's strength through his previous investigation, when Xiaonan really used her paper to fight against Dedale, Nan Gongzhi felt that he had underestimated Xiaonan. It was clearly such a soft and fragile paper, but in Xiaonan's hands, it changed endlessly. One moment it was like a blade, the next it was like a shield, and it could even turn into wings to let her fly in the sky. I can't let you monopolize the limelight like this. Nan Gongzhi didn't know why, but he felt a tinge of anger in his heart, seeing Xiaonan fight wantonly like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Even Nan Gongzhi's somewhat low desire to fight was ignited. Nan Gongzhi held the tribulation sword in his hand. Countless sword chi constantly emerged from the tribulation sword, constantly wrapping around the tribulation sword. He let go of the sword, and the tribulation sword floated in front of him. At this moment, the sword chi was no longer a sharp weapon for attacking, but like pieces of building blocks that were constantly pieced together. Not long after, a long dragon formed by sword chi appeared in front of him. Nan Gongzhi waved his hand, and the tribulation sword, which had been wrapped into a ball, flew towards the dragon's head. The entire sword chi dragon was instantly activated. The huge dragon roared towards the sky, and the dragon's roar was earth-shattering. Even Xiaonan and Dedale, who were focused on the battle, couldn't help but be attracted by the scene here. Nan Gongzhi slowly stepped into the sword chi dragon's reverse scale. Then, the sword chi dragon immediately soared into the sky and arrived next to Dedale's C2 dragon. Nan Gongzhi didn't say anything, and just gave Xiaonan a look. According to the battle plan, Nan Gongzhi was the one who should be entangled with Dedale, and Xiaonan should be waiting for an opportunity to obtain Dedale's blood. Nan Gongzhi's expression was noticed by Xiaonan, and she instantly understood. She flapped her wings and distanced herself from Dedale. Hey, woman. We haven't finished fighting yet. Why are you running away? After seeing Conan retreat, Dedale said with dissatisfaction, Wouldn't it be better for me to be your opponent? Long-range attacks are really boring. Nan Gongzhi looked at Dedale, who seemed to be angry, and said with a smile, What do you know? When my art explodes, no matter near or far, I will feel happy. Hey, I haven't even finished speaking, and you've already made a move. Is it that boring? That's right. When Dedale was still talking about his own artistic views, Nan Gongzhi had already rushed towards Dedale with a long sword chi dragon. The long sword chi dragon was composed of sword chi. As the chi of martial arts, the lethality of sword chi was naturally self-evident. When Nan Gongzhi's long sword chi dragon and Dedale's C2 dragon brushed past each other, the sword chi of Nan Gongzhi's long sword chi dragon suddenly erupted. Like peeling a potato, it abruptly scraped a lot of clay from the C2 dragon. The clay immediately exploded under the stimulation of sword chi, and there was a lot of explosion smoke in the air. However, the long sword chi dragon was like a fish in the river. It was free and did not receive the slightest impact. Deadale was squatting on the C2 dragon's body, commanding it. The shockwave of the explosion naturally affected Deadale, causing his body to sway for a while. In the past, it was his own explosive clay that made his opponents confused, but this time, it was him who got hit. The feeling of being pecked in the eye by a wild goose made Deadale's heart very uncomfortable. Ah! You bastard! This uncle will not let you go. You just wait for this uncle to blow you into a piece of black charcoal. I guarantee that your mother won't recognize you. Speaking of which, since Deadale became a ninja, it was basically smooth sailing. He became the disciple of a Wagakure Suchikage, carried out many dangerous tasks. Even if he defected from the ninja village, he lived a carefree life. He was even happier than when he was a ninja in a Wagakure. It was really fun to bully ninjas who were weaker than him. But this time, Xianxia and the others actually dared to go against him, making him suffer a little loss in front of his most proficient explosive ninjutsu. This really made Deadale's mind very confused. Looking at Deadale's furious look, Xianxia could only chuckle embarrassedly. In Deadale's eyes, Xianxia's image at the moment overlapped with the image of the old man Inoki. Obviously, there was no reprimand, but the look in his eyes clearly said, "Kid, don't be so mischievous. You won't be cute if you continue like this." The reason why Deadale defected from a Wagakure was because he felt that he didn't get the attention he deserved. Xianxia's eyes at the moment were like coaxing a child, and it hurt Deadale's sensitive and fragile heart. Explosive clay, two-winged bird. The mouth in Deadale's hand suddenly wriggled and spat out several clay birds with two wings. It was similar to the small birds that chased the Akatsuki's ninja. With a few hand seals, the two-winged bird was also activated. The two-winged bird's speed was far faster than the small birds released when chasing the Akatsuki's ninja. It was like a sharp arrow rushing toward Xianxia. Not to mention that these two-winged birds were made of explosive clay. With such speed and their sharp beaks, no one would feel good if they hit them. You want to hit me with these? Did you stay in a Wagakure for a long time, and your brain turned to dust? Xianxia deliberately ridiculed. The angrier Deadale was, the more focused his attention on Xianxia, the more chance Conan had to get Deadale's blood. Compared to Xianxia, Deadale was still a little too inexperienced. Deadale's emotions were almost in the hands of Xianxia. At this moment, Deadale was really angry. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still Conan spying on him. Instead, he increased the output of chakra, making the two-winged birds fly faster. Xianxia smiled easily and slowly stretched out his right hand that had been clenched into a fist. With a light flick of his index finger, the sword chi dragon had changed according to Xianxia's will. Several sword chi separated from the sword chi dragon and quickly collided with the two-winged birds. When the explosion sounded, several sword chi not only did not dissipate, but also flew toward Deadale at a faster speed. Chapter 202. Deidara didn't react in time, and his chest was directly penetrated by the sword energy. But the strange thing was that Deadale didn't bleed at all where the sword energy passed through. Instead, a huge hole appeared in his chest like a clay puppet. There were even many fissure-like things that spread all over his body. Not long after, that Deidara had turned into a pile of debris. TSK, substitute. Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue, expressing his dissatisfaction. This is the most annoying thing about ninjas. Obviously, a sword pierced through his chest, and he couldn't be more dead. But it directly poured a bucket of cold water on him and turned him into a pile of dregs. Even if Xianxia was well-informed and experienced, he still felt indignant when encountering such a situation. Whereas Deidara's body, when Deidara first appeared, he was squatting on the giant bird to control the giant bird. When he used C2 Dragon, Daedara was still squatting on C2 Dragon, which proved that large clay creations required Daedara to be in an extremely close distance to control. Nangongja thought about it, and he naturally had a guess in his heart. If there was no accident, Daedara must be hiding himself in the body of C2 Dragon at this moment. That huge body is not easy to form a strong enough shield. However, it was still unclear when Daedale had summoned such a substitute and hid his true body. It seems that I'm also confused by the situation. Conan hasn't made a move yet. It's very likely that the Daedara fighting with me is not the main body. These guys, each more cunning than the other. Glancing in the direction of Conan, Nangongja quickly refocused his gaze on C2 Dragon. Just now, I used Sword Energy Dragon to cut off some clay on the shell of C2 Dragon. Daedara was also affected when it exploded, which proves that the effect of this explosive clay is not directional. As long as it is stimulated to a certain extent, the explosive clay will explode by itself. On the other hand, Daedale was in a huge ball of explosive clay. If he detonated the C2 Dragon, then wouldn't Daedale be seriously injured? After making up his mind, Nangongja did not hesitate at all. He immediately rode his sword Aura Dragon and clashed with the C2 Giant Dragon. This time, the sword chi of the sword chi dragon was not completely released like the first time. Instead, it focused all of its sharpness on the dragon's head, and the heavenly tribulation sword, which had already taken on the appearance of a dragon pearl, also changed its appearance. Countless sharp auras gathered on its body, and a huge heavenly tribulation sword was held in the mouth of the sword chi dragon. The entire sword hilt was swallowed by the dragon's mouth, leaving only the sword blade outside. It was as if the dragon had spat out the sword blade. Although it was rather complicated, the formation of the heavenly calamity sword was extremely fast. The C2 giant dragon's movement was relatively slow, and it was mainly a long-range ninjutsu. It had already suffered a lot when it brushed past Nangongja's sword chi dragon, and now it had to directly collide with Nangongja's sword chi dragon? What's more, in the mouth of the sword chi dragon, there was a huge heavenly tribulation sword condensed from sword chi. Without any suspense, the moment the C2 giant dragon came into contact with the sword chi dragon, it was instantly torn apart like a piece of cloth. The huge sword chi dragon directly passed through the C2 giant dragon's body, leaving only a huge hole. Above the hole, there were countless tiny sword chi that were split from the sword chi dragon. Perhaps the explosion of a strand of sword chi was nothing. At most, it would cause a little pain. But with so many sword chi strands entangled together, when one of them exploded, it meant that more strands were about to explode. This was not a problem of 1 plus 1. It was an algorithm of mutual multiplication, and the huge power generated by it was displayed in front of Nangongja at this moment. The C2 giant dragon in the sky also exploded at the moment when the sword chi exploded and a huge fireball appeared in the sky. The original blue sky had become like the setting sun at this moment. The sky was full of bright red clouds, and the blue sword chi was still wandering in it. The red and blue colors were mixed together at this moment. The scene became extraordinarily magnificent. A figure suddenly fell from the explosion of the huge fireball, as if he had suffered a huge injury, and flew towards the ground powerlessly. It was Daedara. Such a huge explosion was also beyond the imagination of the current Daedara, and his body was also seriously injured. Nangongja waved his hand, and the sword chi dragon dissipated in an instant. Borrowing some residual sword chi, Nangongja slowly descended and stood in front of Daedara. But Daedara's eyes were in a daze, and he didn't notice Nangongja at all. Instead, he was like a fanatic, and his eyes were full of a sense of morbid fanaticism. Ahem, this is real art. This kind of explosion is what I want to see. This kind of destructive power, this kind of magical and magnificent color. Sure enough, art is an explosion. Looking at Daedara's appearance of losing his combat power, Nangongja did not continue to move forward, but kept a safe distance from Daedara. With Daedara's strength, who didn't have a few last desperate means, Nan Gongzhi didn't know how many times he had suffered from this. The closer he was to the edge of victory, the more cautious he had to be. Daidara's eyes were still full of fanaticism, but when he glanced at Nan Gongzhi's face and where he was standing, there was still a hint of disappointment in his eyes. However, Nan Gongzhi was cautious, but it didn't mean that others were the same. Fei Duan jumped out directly from his hiding place. He glanced at Nan Gongzhi as if he was looking down on Nan Gongzhi and said, "This bastard has become like this. Maybe he was blown silly by the explosion. Then why are you standing so far away like a coward? We're in a hurry. If you don't go, then I will." For Fei Duan's words, Nan Gongzhi didn't care. Anyway, they probably only cooperated this time. If they met in the future, they might have to fight to the death. Why did Nan Gongzhi care about Fei Duan's attitude? He leaned slightly to the side as if he was opening up a path for Fei Duan. At this moment, Fei Duan was very arrogant. He stretched out his hand and combed his extremely smooth, swept-back hair. He walked past Nan Gongzhi arrogantly and went straight to Fei Duan. Chapter 203. Not only did Haydn walk towards the place where Daidara was lying indifferently, Haydn's walking posture made people want to beat him up when they saw him. He didn't put Daidara in his eyes at all. After all, although Daidara had shown a lot of strength before, he was first suppressed by Conan, then Nan Gongzhi, and now he was seriously injured. Haydn felt that Daidara was no longer a threat at this moment. Although Haydn did feel that Daidara couldn't make any waves now, Ninja's instinct still made Haydn take out his black iron rod. The iron rod elongated in an instant, and Haydn directly pierced the iron rod into Daidara's arm. No one could easily ignore such pain, but at this moment, Daidara was still muttering words such as art comma, explosion comma, extreme, and so on. Haydn was relieved and walked to Daidara's side. He took out a handcuff inscribed with runes from his arms and prepared to handcuff Daidara's hands. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Daidara, who looked crazy, suddenly performed a very skilled grappling technique. One hand clasped Haydn's hands, and the other hand directly grabbed Haydn's neck. "Although I don't know why you came to provoke me, but now your companion is in my hands. The three of you are very similar to the previous group of weaklings, but there are still differences. You must be of the same level. You don't feel distressed about losing weaklings, but losing a ninja of the same level as you, no matter what kind of organization it will definitely be distressed," Daidara said proudly. This time, it was like the most inference in his life. You can actually see the difference in status from the difference in clothes. "It seems that it is a pity that I, Master Daidara, don't become a detective. You want to kill him to protect yourself?" Nan Gongzhi looked at Daidara without any worry on his face, but there was an inexplicable excitement. Daidara didn't know why Nan Gongzhi had such an expression, but the Haydn in his hand was his only life-saving means. No matter how the opponent hinted that the Haydn was not that valuable, Daidara could only give it a try. "It's useless for you to say that to me. I'm not the one in charge. If you want to ask that person," Nan Gongzhi said as he raised his chin, making Daidara look at Xiao Nan, who had just landed from the sky. Daidara thought that Nan Gongzhi was the leader, but since Nan Gongzhi said that Xiao Nan was the one in charge, Daidara looked at Xiao Nan. "Since you're the one in charge, why don't we make a deal? We have no enmity with each other. It was you who sent people to provoke me first. Now that I'm already in such a miserable state, the deaths of those people who died were worth it. We might as well stop here. You go your way, and I go my own way. I will return this fool to you, and you will let me live. We won't see each other again. Isn't that good?" Although Daidara spoke heroically, in the end, it was inevitable that there was a hint of begging in it. Hearing Daidara's words, Xiao Nan was completely unmoved. "You want to kill him? Then kill him. Anyway, such a fool has no value. Whether you kill him or not, you have to go with us." Xiao Nan's cold words were like a sharp blade piercing Daidara's heart. Although there was no way to immediately verify Xiao Nan's statement, Dedale subconsciously felt that Xiao Nan's words were really from the heart. Whether it was Nangongzhe or Xiao Nan, they didn't care about Haiden's life. Why? It was obviously the life of someone on the same level as them. This group of people was completely unmoved. What kind of organization is this? They actually treat their own members as child's play? Don't think that I will listen to your nonsense. Since you don't believe in this master's means, then this master will really torture this fool. Listening to Xiao Nan and Dedale calling him a fool, Haiden also began to get angry. I can't afford to offend Xiao Nan, but can I afford to offend Dedale? Are you King kidding me? Why do you keep calling me an idiot? If you have the ability, then go ahead and kill me. As long as Master Haiden is still alive, this master is your ancestor. Haiden raised his head arrogantly and said to Dedale, who was choking him, "Were these people all crazy?" Originally, he thought that he was crazy enough, but this group of people couldn't wait for him to quickly kill Fei Duan, including Fei Duan himself. You all are simply unreasonable. Dedale also felt like a fool being teased by Nangongzhe, Xiao Nan, and Haiden. You dare to ridicule Master Dedale like this? Do you think your eloquence is very good and can suppress this master? Since you want this silver-haired fool to die, then this master will fulfill your wish and must let him die very miserably. Suddenly, a spider made of explosive clay crawled out of Daidara's sleeve. Presumably, when Daidara had killed several ninjas of Akatsuki organization, he had secretly left such a small backup, right? The spider seemed to feel Dedale's anger and ran into Haiden's mouth very agilely. Unlike the previous Akatsuki's ninjas who immediately exploded after entering Haiden's stomach, this clay spider slowly traveled in Haiden's stomach. Even the place where the clay spider walked left a clay ball about the size of a finger. Such a dense explosion was enough to directly blow Haiden's body into pieces. Watch carefully. Your companions will die with me. Art is explosion. In fact, Dedale also used a lot of determination to launch the explosion. Such a close explosion will definitely affect him. Anyway, this group of people didn't intend to let him go, so he killed one of them first as interest. After that, no matter how they tortured him, it was not a loss. Dedale launched the explosion with such a heart, and a low explosion sound came from Haiden's body. The flesh and blood of Haiden's body were blown to pieces in an instant, and even Dedale was affected by the explosion in Haiden's body. The flame of the explosion also burned directly on Dedale's body. This battle is over. Chapter 204. Looking at the devastated ground and Haiden who had been blown up with holes all over his body, Conan calmly walked in front of him. She took out a test tube with a green luster from her arms and gently pulled out the oak cork in front of the test tube. Under the guidance of Conan's slightly tilted hand, the liquid began to slowly pour on Haiden's body. The flesh and blood that had been scorched by the high temperature began to gradually fall off under the nourishment of the nutrient solution, revealing some intact flesh and blood hidden in it. Conan waved her hand, and a paper crane flew out from her hand, apparently summoning the ninjas of Akatsuki who were responsible for the aftermath. This matter has come to an end, and it was very pleasant to cooperate with you. Whether it was out of politeness or sincerity, Conan still stretched out her hand and said to Nangongzhe with a smile on her face. She had already stretched out her hand, and if he didn't shake it, it would be too impolite. So Nangongzhe still held Conan's soft and boneless hand in his own hand, and said with a friendly attitude, "You're welcome. It's just a mission to take people's money. Since I'm here, I naturally have to do some things that I should do." Conan looked at Nangongzhe's appearance, and she also had some plans in her heart. So she asked, "If it's possible, I don't know if you'd like to go to Amage Cure's Akatsuki with us? Although I don't know much about your past, when I talk to you, I also know that you were also devastated by war and struggle when you were young. Whether it is Akatsuki or Bloodcloak Pavilion, we all hope that the ninja world can become more beautiful and peaceful. If you are interested, why don't you plan something big with us?" Akatsuki originally had plans to annex Bloodcloak Pavilion. They originally hoped to pull an Altar Lord from Bloodcloak Pavilion into their camp through this mission. Then they would have more opportunities to absorb such a powerful force as Bloodcloak Pavilion into their organization. Originally, after knowing that Nangongja had become the head of the Blood Garment Pavilion, there was no chance for him to win over the Altar Master of the Blood Garment Pavilion to split the Blood Garment Pavilion and then annex it. At that time, Xiaonan had not figured out how to absorb the Bloodcloak Pavilion. However, that night, when he was drinking with Nangongja on the roof of a house, he heard Nangongja talk about his past. Xiaonan's heart couldn't help but have such a thought. Since there was no way to divide and absorb Bloodcloak Pavilion, then why not pull Nangongja into Akatsuki? Although Xiaonan did not know what kind of power Nangongja, who had just taken up the position of Blood Garment Pavilion head, could exert in the Blood Garment Pavilion, at least Nangongja had a righteous reputation. If it was really necessary, Akatsuki could also dispatch its own forces to help Nangongja seize control of Bloodcloak Pavilion. Akatsuki could benefit from it, and Nangongja could also firmly hold Bloodcloak Pavilion in his own hands. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Therefore, Xiaonan had sent an invitation to Nangongja at this time. Planning a big event? Such a word also echoed in Nangongja's mind over and over again. It was true that Nangongja did not really control Bloodcloak Pavilion in his own hands, and even now, it was already in a kind of worship position. But Nangongja could not make up his mind to cooperate with Akatsuki. Itachi would also give him some information from time to time, from Itachi's description and the performance of Xiaonan, Fei Duan, and others in the battle just now. Nangongja didn't think that Akatsuki organization was an organization that was willing to hide in the dark. There will come a day when they will directly float to the surface, and with that, there will certainly be even more intense bloody rain and foul wind. Nangongja felt in his heart that if he really stood on the united front with Akatsuki, he would be pulled into a bottomless quagmire. There was really no need to accept such an invitation. The risk was hidden in the calm lake, and it was difficult to estimate the size of it. I'm sorry, Bloodcloak Pavilion is not something that I can wantonly decide alone. There are still lives in it, although I am the head, but I can't treat their lives as a joke. Please allow me to go back and have a good discussion with several altar masters. If there's a result, I will certainly tell you, Xiaonan. Nangongja's words were very polite, but his refusal was very firm, saying that he could not risk the lives of Bloodcloak Pavilion's disciples. Almost all of Xiaonan's arguments were blocked in her stomach, because Nangongja's words were really not wrong. Since he was the head of Akatsuki, he naturally had to regard the safety and development of his organization as the most important thing, and his personal feelings must not be used as a bargaining chip to risk the lives of countless people. Looking at Nangongja's appearance, Xiaonan could not help but think of Yahiko. At that time, Akatsuki had also grown step by step from a small and weak organization to a very high-status organization in the Rain Country. During this process, there were many people who wanted to use various conditions to subdue Akatsuki. But Yahiko was still not moved by such a temptation. Perhaps at that time Yahiko was the same as Nangongja now. He did not only regard himself as an individual, but also as the symbol of an organization. He was his own organization, and he was responsible for every life in the organization. Looking back at the current Akatsuki, did they lose the consciousness that every member of the organization was not someone who could be sacrificed? Xiaonan did not dare to think about it, because even Xiaonan was afraid that her organization would change. From the original gathering place of a group of freedom fighters, it had become a tool for revenge. While both of them were full of worries, but on the surface they were still very cordial with each other, the ninjas of Akatsuki who were responsible for the aftermath had already arrived. Xiaonan-sama, the ninjas did not immediately collect the remains of their companions. Instead, they respectfully saluted Xiaonan. Xiaonan deeply looked at the ninjas of Akatsuki, and suddenly her heart was also full of complex feelings. She waved her hand and said with a bit of indifference, First, go collect the corpses of Akatsuki. Exposing them in the wilderness like this, the smell of blood will spread far and wide. Then separate Haydn and the target's body and give both of them emergency treatment. After returning to the base, I will let specialized people treat them. Go! The ninjas of Akatsuki lowered their head and said yes, and then dispersed to clean up the battlefield, erasing some traces that would expose Akatsuki. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.